Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order, and to begin with, just note that the big binder you have in front of you is Mr. Jacob Blum's diary information, and as you will recall, Mr. Blum requested that personal information in his diaries not related to Ornge Air Ambulance remain confidential, and committee agreed to that. So because of that, his professional diaries will not become public documents as an exhibit with the committee minutes. And Mr. Blum did emphasize that members of the committee may refer to parts of his professional diaries that relate to Ornge or to Air Ambulance in the province of Ontario. And our first witness this morning is Ruth, Hawkins, Assistant Deputy Minister and Chief Administrative Officer, Corporate Services Division. I'd like to welcome Ms. Hawkins here, and you have received the information of a witness coming before the committee?
I have, thank you.
Oh, very well. Our clerk has an oath or affirmation for you.
So the Bible's in front of you there, Ms. Hawkins. Ms. Hawkins, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this committee touching the subject of the present inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Very well. And please go ahead with your opening statement.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Ruth Hawkins. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee with respect to the Auditor General's report into the Ornge Air Ambulance Service. I have been a public servant with the Ontario Public Service for 25 years. My direct involvement in the Ornge file began in October 2007 when I became Executive Lead for Direct Services, including OHIP registration and claims processing, land and air ambulance services, and the divestment of the last provincial psychiatric hospital. I held that position to early 2010. Oversight of land and air ambulance is now the responsibility of the Direct Services Division. Since early 2010, I have been the Chief Administrative Officer and Assistant Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. My responsibilities now include the provision of corporate services such as human resources, finance, procurement, and facilities management. I feel it's important to note for the committee that the actions and responses taken by ministry staff, including myself, were informed by reviews of others as well as the information and assurances provided by the board and management of Ornge, which I will discuss later. The alleged abuses that came to light recently are very concerning for all. Ornge's leadership's apparent promotion of self-interest over the public interest was not expected and was out of character with our regular relationships with transfer payment recipients. Within that context, I would now like to focus my remarks on some key areas that may be of interest to this committee. In 2008, the Director of Emergency Health Services branch and I felt that it was important to undertake a review of Ornge. We expected that the Auditor General would likely conduct an audit of the organization in the normal course of his business. A ministry-initiated review could help to identify any potential issues and allow for remedial action. The Ministry of Finance's Internal Audit Division engaged Myers Norris Penny to undertake the review. This included the assessment of financial management processes, procurement processes, governance and accountability framework, the integrity of Ornge's financial and service data reports, the risk management process, and compliance with the performance agreement. In addition, MMP also focused on operational and policy considerations. The MMP review determined that, and I quote, Ornge is using provincial grant funding economically, efficiently, and for the purposes intended in providing air ambulance and related services. We relied on these conclusions. In November 2008, the Emergency Health Services branch was forwarded a letter from a former Ornge employee that contained allegations relating to accounting practices and executive compensation at Ornge. This matter was immediately brought to my attention and to the attention of the then Chief Administrative Officer, the Director of Health Audit Service Team, and the Manager of the Forensic Investigation Team in the Ministry of Finance. 2 members of the Forensic Investigation Team met with the complainant in November of 2008 to review the contents of his letter. They concluded that evidence did not exist to support the contention that Ornge had a second set of financial books. In December 2008, the Director of Health Audit Services Team and I met with the Board Chair of Ornge and shared the allegations in the letter. The Board Chair agreed to conduct an internal review. After completing that review, he assured the Ministry that Ornge had thoroughly reviewed the allegations and confirmed that there was no merit to the concerns raised in the complainant's letter. The Ministry relied on the Ornge Board of Directors to provide accurate financial and accounting information to the Ministry. Hence, there was no reason to doubt the written assurances of the Board Chair, who is a fellow Chartered Accountant and a Director of the Institute of Corporate Directors, that the allegations had no merit. The Public Sector Salary Disclosure Act has also been the subject of discussion. Ornge did comply with this act. By definition, non-profit employers who receive more than $1 million in funding are required to report the salaries and benefits paid to their employees who earn more than $100,000 in salary and benefits in a given year. Each year, the Ministry of Finance collects this information from affected organizations and funding ministries. In 2009, we understood that some executive services at Ornge, including those of the CEO, were now being provided through a related for-profit organization known at that time as Ornge Peel. This was troubling to me. I worked with the Ministry of Finance staff who confirmed that a company that is for-profit like Ornge Peel would not meet the definition of an employer under this Act and therefore had no obligation to disclose the salaries under that Act. Thank you. I know you have questions, so I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for that statement, and we'll start with the official opposition. You have 27 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hawkins, according to the Ministry website, the Corporate Services Division, and I'll quote, leads the development and implementation of ministry management, accountability, controllership frameworks to ensure cost operational services to ministry clients, essential to the delivery of ministry programs. And you have been the executive lead for that division. I think you said since 2007, is that right?
Let me just clarify. I was the executive lead responsible for OHIP registration claims processing, land and air ambulance, as well as the divestment of the last provincial psychiatric hospital. That was for the period late 2007 until early of 2010.
Yes, and land and air ambulance is what we're here to discuss, right?
Correct.
And so are you saying that you had no responsibility for the references to the responsibility of corporate services divisions such as management, accountability, and controllership framework? That wasn't your responsibility?
That is my responsibility currently. I am currently the Chief Administrative Officer, and I took over that appointment in January 2010. But the actual direct responsibility for land and air ambulance as of that point in time is now the responsibility of Direct Services Division.
So please clarify for us then. From 2007 on,
yes,
when you had responsibility for land and air ambulance, what was that responsibility?
From the period of late October 2007 until early 2010, I had direct involvement in terms of oversight for land and air ambulance because the Emergency Health Services branch did report directly to me. You are correct.
So you did have responsibility for oversight of land and air ambulance services?
Directly for the period of October 07 till early 2010.
Thank you. When the Auditor General released his report, a great deal of his report dealt with the lack of oversight. And I'll quote from page 12 of his report, where he says, "In light of the high degree of responsibility and decision-making power the performance agreement gave Ornge, it was important for the ministry to have adequate processes in place to protect its interests. Given your responsibility for oversight of the air ambulance program, what did you do to put those processes in place to protect the public interest?"
During that period, we had three pieces of, if I will, framework that we relied on heavily. One was the performance agreement between the ministry and Ornge. The second was the Ambulance Act. And the third was the Transfer Payment Accountability Directive. So during that period, under the Performance Agreement Act that was in play at that time, we had I would say three very defined areas of responsibility as it related to oversight. It was the investigation and compliance, and I believe you heard from the Director of Emergency Health Services branch a couple of times in relation to the work that his branch did, because that branch, as I mentioned, reported to myself. And secondly was the efforts in terms of certification. And then thirdly was the reporting under the then performance agreement.
The Auditor General concluded that the ministry failed in its oversight responsibilities. Do you agree with the Auditor General, or do you disagree with him?
I believe, if I understood correctly, that the Auditor General, when he was making reference to that particular statement, was referring to the outcome of the work that he did during the period of his investigation that was identified in his report. What I would say is I don't agree that the ministry did fail in their oversight for the period prior to when he is articulating what he did in the auditor's report.
Do you think the ministry failed in its oversight responsibilities at any point in time relative to Ornge?
The ministry relied very heavily, as I mentioned, on not only the written assurances that we received from Ornge, but also verbal assurances we received from them, in addition to the reports that we received, as well as the outcome of the third-party review from Myers Norris Penny.
So in your opinion, the ministry failed in its oversight responsibilities because they relied on the information from these other people, and it's really their responsibility, not the ministry's responsibility. That's really what you're telling us.
I would not agree that the ministry did not exercise their oversight responsibilities. I feel very strongly that we relied very heavily on the information that we received from Ornge, and as well as the review of Myers Norris Penny, as well as other assurances that we received.
Ms. Hawkins, when did you meet Dr. Chris Massa?
For the very first time?
Yes.
I would say years ago.
And what was the context in which you came to know Dr. Massa?
I came to know him when he became the CEO of Ornge.
You didn't know him in his role at Sunnybrook?
In his role at Sunnybrook, he was an emergency physician.
You didn't get to know him then?
I did not.
I understand that your husband was a doctor, or still is, at Sunnybrook?
Yes, that's correct. He is an emergency physician.
And did he know Dr. Mazza at that time?
They would be business colleagues, yes.
Did you ever entertain Dr. Mazza in your home?
Never.
So you never had a personal relationship with Dr. Mazza?
Absolutely not.
Why would you have told Mr. Jacob Bloom that you did entertain Dr. Mazza in your home?
I don't recall ever telling Jacob Bloom that.
Do you recall meeting with Mr. Bloom on the day that he left Ornge?
I think Mr. Bloom may be mistaken with regard to the date that he referred to, because I did listen to his testimony when he was at this committee. My recollection is that we met in early July. It was the one and only meeting that, the one and only time I'd ever met Mr. Bloom, and the one and only time that he had actually asked to meet with me.
When he met with you, did the discussion of Ornge and irregularities or questionable business practices come up in the course of that discussion?
I actually don't recall the content of that discussion. It was in July of 2008. That I can confirm.
Do you recall saying something like this to Mr. Bloom? I heard from an opposition MPP who stopped me in the hallway and asked me about a boat and lakefront property. Do you recall that exchange?
No, I do not.
Now, according to Mr. Bloom, he responded to you by saying something to the effect, I'll quote Mr. Bloom, you have the legislative, regulatory, and contractual levers to find out anything you need to know about Ornge. Why rely on third-party information? Do you recall any of that conversation?
No, I don't recollect the conversation.
Okay. What was the nature of your conversation then with Mr. Bloom?
I actually don't recollect the conversation. I do recollect that we met. I do recall where we met, but other than that, I don't recollect the content of the conversation. It was a short meeting. It was a meet and greet, and it was the one and only meeting I ever had with Jacob Bloom.
So we have a gentleman who was head of one of the major organizations over which you had oversight responsibilities. He had just left this organization. He asked for a meeting with you, and you recall nothing about that meeting.
I believe
it was a meet and greet.
I believe we met in early July. He indicated in his testimony before this committee that he had left. I believe he said around the, forget the exact date, the 17th or 18th of July.
I'd like to refer to the letter from Mr. Keith Walmsley,
right,
which he wrote to the Minister of Health, as he referred, it actually went to Minister Best. It was dated April the 14th, 2008. Now, you say that you became aware of it in November of 2000. What happened to this letter in the meantime?
I don't know. I can't speak to what happened. What I can tell you is I believe you're absolutely correct. He had addressed the letter to, I believe, Minister Best, but that letter was forwarded to the Director of Emergency Health Services branch on, I believe it was the 14th or 15th of November in 2008.
Is it typical for correspondence to bounce around the ministry for months, especially given the nature of this letter?
I can't speak to where exactly that letter was. I can only speak to the point when we received it and the action that we took immediately upon receiving it.
Did it concern you that it had been sitting around for months and you hadn't seen it?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah. Did it concern you that this letter was written in April and you didn't see it until November?
And that is why the day that we got it, Mr. Bates immediately, and I mean immediately, it was within certainly a couple of hours, he brought it to my attention. and then we had immediately brought it to the attention of the Internal Audit Division. Absolutely, it was concerning, and the allegations in the letter were concerning, which is why we acted upon it immediately.
And so within a matter of weeks, these are serious allegations that Mr. Walmsley made. He refers to the exorbitant salary and benefits for the chief executive officer. He speaks of $2 million in salaries for an organization with 300 staff. He refers to the concern about 2 sets of books. He speaks about other eye-opening situations, as he put it, that are taking place at Ornge. Most are in order to maximize the surplus shown back to the ministry. He speaks of individuals who are benefiting far too luxuriously, speaking specifically about the president. And then he refers to using funds I do not believe that were the intent of the ministry. These are serious allegations. And you say you met with the director of the Emergency Health Services branch when?
So the letter was forwarded to the Director of Emergency Health Services branch. I believe it was November 14th of 2008.
So November 14th.
Yes.
You wrote a letter back to Mr. Walmsley 6 weeks after that.
That is correct.
And you say, I want to assure you, and I'm quoting from the letter, I want to assure you that upon receiving the letter, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, with the assistance of the Ministry of Finance, have acted quickly to investigate these allegations and express our appreciation for your assistance with the investigation, which included your discussion with representatives from the Ministry of Finance's forensic investigation team. And you close by saying, I'm pleased to say that the issues identified in your letter have been addressed, and once again, thank you for bringing forward your concerns. In 6 weeks, you undertook an investigation. You brought in the Ministry of Finance forensic team. They conducted their investigation and said everything's fine at Ornge. In retrospect, can you tell me if you think now, that investigation was thorough?
If I can, let me just talk about what happened.
No, I would just like you to answer my question, please. Yes or no? Was it a thorough investigation, in your opinion?
In my opinion, we acted quickly, and we did 3 very important and key things. The very first thing is we contacted the forensic investigation team. The forensic investigation team met with the individual in November. I'm not sure exactly what date it was, but it was certainly within the 2 weeks of the receipt of that letter, and I'm thinking it was even sooner than that. That was one thing. The second thing is the director of the Health Audit Service team and I met with the board chair, shared the letter with him, and he was very concerned, as were we. He agreed to do a review, which he did. Thirdly, we also, because at this time as well, because we're now talking late 2008, Myers Norris Penny was also doing...
We've been through that. I want to get to the heart of this letter. I'd like to ask you, who wrote that letter that you signed? The December 29, 2008 letter in response to Dr. Walmsley. Who wrote that letter?
I would have written that with the support of the Health Audit Service team.
So you had some help writing this letter?
Correct, but that would not be unusual for my
Yes.
at my position.
Let me ask you, when you first saw Mr. Walmsley's letter, did you speak to Dr. Mazza about that letter?
No, I did not, and I deliberately did not do that.
Did you speak to anyone at Ornge about that letter?
No, I did not.
Did you speak to the Associate Deputy Minister about the letter?
The Associate Deputy Minister in 2008?
Yes.
No, I don't believe there was a position that existed at that time in 2008.
Did you speak to the Assistant Deputy Minister?
That I did, yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation? Did you get direction from the Assistant Deputy Minister in terms of what steps should be taken?
Yes. So the date that the Director of Emergency Health Services branch received that letter, he immediately contacted me, and I immediately advised my Assistant Deputy Minister of not only the letter, but also we then had a discussion about next steps.
And what did the Assistant Deputy Minister instruct you to do?
She instructed me to take full action, and that would include the contacting of the Internal Audit Division, so not only the Health Audit Service team, but also the Forensic Investigation team, and we did that very same day.
And just how long did it take for the Forensic Investigations team to conduct their audit at Ornge?
I'm going to say maybe a couple of weeks, somewhere in that neighborhood. I couldn't tell you the exact timeline.
Was there a written report of that audit?
They did a written response.
Did you ever see that response?
I did.
And I would like to ask if you could table a copy of that response with the committee, please. When can we expect that?
We'll do our best to get it to the committee as soon as possible.
Can you enlighten this committee as to why it takes weeks for straightforward information that we request to come to this committee?
Could you
Weeks.
repeat that, please?
Can you enlighten this committee why it would take weeks for the Ministry of Health to deliver information that we request here?
It's my understanding that the latest information that you had requested is very voluminous, and people are working very, very hard on getting the information as quickly as they can.
Well, there was a lot of information that we requested that was not voluminous. It was fairly straightforward, and we're still waiting. However, when you saw that report, was there anything in that report that raised red flags for you?
Which report are you referring to?
The report that we just discussed, the forensic investigation report.
As I think maybe mentioned earlier, is the forensic investigation team has a particular skill set in terms of the work that they do.
I would hope it's investigating the issues that were brought forward. My question is very straightforward. We only have so much time. I really would appreciate if we could just answer the question. Was there anything in that report that you saw that came about as a result of the forensic investigation that raised concerns that was a red flag for you?
No, they had indicated in the report that there was no merit to the allegation.
One of the issues that Mr. Walmsley raised in his letter was how surplus funds were essentially being hidden. And we also have reports that indicated that there was one occasion in 2008 where there was some $5 million in surplus funds. Ornge asked if they could keep those funds, and you said yes. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you have any concern that this forensic investigation would implicate you in that?
That the forensic investigation would implicate me in
allowing Ornge to keep those funds.
So let me explain, if I could, around the $5 million that you have referred to. So it would have been late 2008 when, and this would be during one of the quarterly reports that we would have received from Ornge. There was an identification of and a request at that time that they may require some additional funding in the air ambulance program. What they were asking for was not new money, but rather to reallocate money from the critical care land ambulance program to the air ambulance program. And there was 3 particular reasons why they wanted to do that. One was related to increased fuel costs. A second one, my recollection, was related to training that they wished to do for their staff. And the third was related to rate increases associated with their contractors.
What about the fourth one? That they wanted to make a contribution to the foundation.
We did not know that at the time.
But that's what happened.
So you're right, at the end of June. So now, in the first consolidated statement, I believe, that we received was on June 30th of 2008. So my recollection is that now I'd have to go back in my memory.
Well, let me reword this. When you found out that the $5 million was actually put into the foundation and not used for the purposes that, what did you do?
We do not. I have no evidence that the $5 million was put into the foundation.
Well, it's in your report. It's in the Norris report that you yourself commissioned. It's right there. It's a line item. Where did that money come from? This organization had no revenue other than revenue coming from the Ministry of Health.
Just so I can follow this, have we got a copy of the report and that line item that you...
It was distributed to you.
All right, I want to just check the line item that you're referring to. It's an important point.
Mr. Cleese, and you have 4 minutes.
Well, do you want to stop the clock?
Stop the clock. I'm happy to.
Okay, we only have so much time, so...
All right, but this is an important point,
okay,
Chair.
Very well.
Can somebody direct me?
Could you direct us for where that is?
I have this document, Frank.
Yes.
And where are we on that?
Well, let me just pull it out.
Do you have a copy, Madam Witness?
Yes, I believe it's, he's referring to page 17.
Page 17? Just a second.
So you see the line item there?
Yes.
All right,
Did
just
that
let me
concern you?
Which one is it here? Well,
Chair, while we bring Mr. Zimmer up to speed on this,
Yes,
I just want to make sure that I'm not losing my time.
Frank, we just got
only
this
have
this
an hour and a
morning,
half,
okay?
Well, we read it this morning, Mr. Zimmer.
So continue. You will have half an hour, Mr. Zimmer, coming up, or 27 minutes. So continue, Mr. Cleese.
So my question is very straightforward. When you saw that in the audit report, this organization had no revenue stream other than from the Ministry of Health, and all of a sudden we have $5 million in a line item that is a foundation. How did you react to that? What steps did you take to get clarification, and did you take any initiative at all?
So let me go back, if we can, for a moment to the $5 million that you referenced.
Just a second. I'm looking at a document on page 17 refers to 8.4. I've got a different document here.
Well,
I don't see the line item here.
The report
You got it?
starts with this on page 17, and it's top of the second paragraph.
Effective January 1st, Ornge Foundation was registered.
Yes, go to the next line. In the year end March 31st, 2008, Ornge Foundation was allocated a specified gift from Ornge in the amount of $8.4 million.
Ah, sorry, Frank, you were referring to 5. That's why I couldn't find it.
Okay, continue, Mr. Cleese.
Sorry.
okay. Did you question that?
Thank you. So with regard to the $5 million, so we had a business case request from Ornge with regard to allocating the $5 million from the land ambulance program to the air ambulance program. And it was for the 3 reasons that I had articulated. There was direction given at that time because I did not have authority to be able to make that reallocation of funding from from critical care land ambulance to air ambulance. So that's an important piece. I then wrote, as I think you mentioned, I did write a letter to Ornge indicating that a decision had been made that they could allocate the money from critical care land ambulance to air ambulance. And further, I think what's really critical is in that letter, it was not only saying that the funding had to be used for the 3 matters that I spoke about, but further, we asked Ornge to also confirm back in writing to us that in fact they understood that and that the money would be used for the purpose intended.
Who made the decision?
It would have been made by the Deputy Minister of the day.
And who was that?
I believe it was Ron Sapsford.
Please, you are out of time. So
all right, thank you.
we move to the NDP, please.
Okay,
And
thank
Ms.
you.
Jelinek.
All right. I would like to start just by really basic information. I take it that you've prepared before you came here. You knew we were going to ask you a question about Ornge. You knew we were going to ask you a question about the Auditors General. Knowing what you know now, with all of that has been printed and said about this topic, do you figure anything went wrong at Ornge?
I can really only speak for the time that I had what I call indirect involvement, which was the period of 2007 to early 2010. And during that time, if there were any matters that came to our attention, we dealt with them quickly, and we dealt with them very expeditiously. And we also, when we were dealing with any matters that came to our attention, we certainly sought the advice of others. We also had written assurances from Ornge, not only in some cases the board or their senior staff, but also we also had assurances if we needed to seek advice on other aspects of whether it was the Ambulance Act or whether it was the performance agreement or whatever. But during that time, I feel that we had very good oversight. I worked very closely with the very capable staff in the Emergency Health Services branch who provided me with assistance during that time.
So you felt that you had good oversight until 2010, and I will go back on this, but for now, my question was, you prepared to come here. We're now in June 2012. Do you believe anything went wrong at Ornge?
When I look at the findings of the Auditor General, and that was a big surprise to me. I mean, when I saw his report, when I saw what he had indicated in that report, it was troubling because he had indicated that in various parts of his report, as I had read through it, that there was certain data, for example, that we didn't receive. We received some information, but we found that we apparently didn't receive all the information that we probably should have.
So my question is, do you believe that there's anything wrong with Ornge?
I think that the ministry has made great efforts in terms of amending the performance agreement to ensure that any matters that were identified in the auditor's report that we've been
Any of the matters that was identified in the auditor's report are things that you consider wrong?
I think that it's very important if we look at the auditor's report. He strongly recommended that we amend the performance agreement to make it stronger, to increase the accountability and the transparency.
Why would he say that?
He indicated in his report that there were, in the original performance agreement, there were particular things where Ornge did not have to come to the ministry to get approval for example. And that would be in terms of setting up new corporate structures. They didn't need to come to the ministry to get approval for that. They didn't need to come to and get approval for the way they delivered their service.
And do you think this is right or wrong that they could do that?
I wasn't party to or had
No, but
any.
you are here now, and I'm
Yes.
asking you.
I think that the new performance agreement is very, very good, and I think that it does what it needs to do, which is actually make sure that we have good transparency, we have good oversight, and that we have very good accountability.
Which you tell us that from 2007 to 2010, while you were there, you were really diligent in following up everything. But what we read about that period of time doesn't make sense with what you're telling us this morning. You have Mr. Blum who goes to you in 2008. He has left Ornge. He tells you about wrongdoing at Ornge. You develop amnesia and can't remember a word that this man has told to you. Then a couple months later, you get a letter that you act upon in November of 2008. A letter that is pretty condemning of lots of wrongdoing going on at Ornge. So within a few months, two credible people come telling you that there are wrongdoings happening at Ornge. The first one you can't remember. You remember you had the meeting, but you can't remember what he told you. The second one is in writing, so I'm guessing you remember what that letter, and you acted. In between this, there was freedom of access of information from my party, from the NDP, asking for the salary of Dr. Mazza. Nobody could tell us, and apparently nobody knew. We also had, I forgot, over 42 questions during estimate that asked about what was going on at Ornge, and we never got any answers from the Ministry of Health as to the 42 questions that were put out, that were part of the estimate. We always get answers to estimate questions, but for some reason, that time we didn't. So how am I supposed to reconcile the fact that you're telling us that you were giving good oversight from 2007 to 2010, you give good oversight, that there was nothing wrong going on at Ornge because the board was telling you so, and the forensic investigator and the health audit services team and the NNP, everybody was telling you it was just fine, yet you were getting credible people telling you the exact opposite. Try to make sense of that for me, because right now I fail to see it.
So I think it's very important to reiterate what I had mentioned as well, which is when matters came to our attention, we reviewed them quickly. We also ensured that we got the necessary assurances from very credible individuals, very capable, credible individuals in terms of reviewing those situations and providing us with support that would, in essence, provide us with the ability to respond to those particular matters.
Does the fact that you did not know Dr. Mazza's salary, wasn't that a bit of any other agency, transfer payment agency of the Ministry of Health that you have been responsible to, and you want to know how much money somebody who makes over $100,000 is making, has always been available to you? Why is it that this didn't even raise a red flag with you?
So in 2008, his salary was on the Sunshine List. In 2009, it was not. And at that time, I believe I've got those years correct, at that time, you're absolutely right, I was the executive lead for the land and air ambulance, among other things. We did raise the question about where was his salary, And we also then determined, because we had also determined in early 2009, because Myers Norris Penny had been undergoing their field work. And they had indicated in some of their early review that Ornge Peel was actually had management agreements, and that certain executives were now working for Ornge Peel.
But you also knew at the same time that this report was telling you this, it was also telling you that this agency was not making any money, that the only money that this agency was getting was coming from your ministry. So here is your ministry money going to that agency to pay people who could have just as well been paid by your ministry because you were paying them. You know, like, you've been a bureaucrat for 25 years. You rose through the rank because you were good at what you did. You're confronted with something like this and no red flags went up, or did they go up and other people shoo them away?
So those particular, the matter that you're referring to in terms of the public sector salary disclosure, we very much, once we understood that there may be these management arrangements, we immediately looked and consulted with the Ministry of Finance with regard to the criteria that govern that particular act, and it's the criteria for that act are very specific because it refers specifically to...
I understand all of this, but you're sitting here right now because things went wrong at Ornge. I spent the first 10 minutes of my questioning getting you to say that things went wrong at Ornge, and even today, on June 25th, 2012, you were not able to say that things went wrong. Yet I tried for 10 minutes to get you to admit that things went wrong. Are you willing to admit now that some things went wrong at Ornge?
The auditor's report indicated that there were matters that were brought to the attention of him in...
So you're not willing to admit it. Why is it so hard?
I am admitting that the findings in the auditor's report are very, very important and very serious, and that we are taking the recommendations very, very seriously.
Are you able to see the word wrong? Because I'm starting to doubt it.
Chair, that's browbeating the witness. The witness is entitled to answer the question as she sees.
Mr. Zimmer.
So,
Let's continue.
So we now have, they come to you to be able to spend end of year surplus money. You can remember in details all of the reason why. You can't remember conversations you've had a couple months before, but you remember in details exactly what they were asking you to do with that money. Fail to follow up to see that this money never went to what they had been telling you, that you remember in details, and it went to a foundation, and it went to a for-profit corporation. Do you figure there are lots of transfer payment agency in your branch of the ministry that makes millions of dollar donation to their foundation, that transfer millions of dollars to for-profit corporations?
I'd like to respond to the question that you talked about with regard to the $5 million. I would disagree with you that we did not follow up. In fact, the original letter that did go to them indicated very clearly that the money was to be used, and it indicated for what. And Ornge senior executives signed back indicating that they understood that.
Did you follow up to see if they actually, not only did they understood, but they actually acted as the way they said?
We would also, we also received assurances from them. We had no reason at the time to disagree with the assurances that were provided.
Do you have reason now to disagree with some of the assurances that they have given you in the past?
Well, I could only speak to the assurances and the work that I did during the time of 07 to 2010 when I
Good
had
enough.
absolute
During that
direct
period of time.
we absolutely got assurances from them, and I had no reason to doubt.
Do you have
what
reason to doubt now?
Well, today I believe that there's certainly new executive in place, and I'm very confident that they have Ornge on the right track.
I don't understand. You know, like, you are here, you're part of the Ministry of Health, you are there to help us get to what went wrong. Because if everything was honky-donkey, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be asking you to come. But you're not helping at all. You refuse to admit that anything went wrong. You refuse to admit that people did give you a signal that things were wrong, that when the board talked to you, they didn't tell you the truth. When they signed assurances to you, the signature was not worth the paper it was written on. Why is it that you cannot come forward and see what's plain in front of you?
Ms. Jelena, I think I want to be very clear that the auditor raised issues. He particularly raised issues as it was, and those issues were being raised starting in 2011. He raised issues in his report. He absolutely did. And those are things...
Issues that were wrong?
Chair, this is, the witness has been asked the question several times.
Mr. Zimmer, you don't have the floor.
Ms. Jelena may not like the answer, but that's the witness's answer.
Continue, Ms.
You
Jelena.
can't insist that the witness change her answer. The witness is under oath. And
So, Ms. Hawkins, was it wrong? What happened? Was it wrong?
What I'm
Mr.
trying to say to you is that the Auditor General made...
So not the Auditor General. Do you think it was wrong? Now, reading what the Auditor General wrote, what happened at Ornge, do you think what happened at Ornge was wrong?
I think it's very disappointing that information that we counted on...
Sure. And do you agree that
we
assurances...
as a ministry counted on.
Do you agree that assurances that were given to you were false? That assurances that were given to you that you relied on were false?
For the period that I had direct involvement, which was 07 to 2010, I
Yes.
had no reason to
No, not
believe...
that you had no reason. Hear the question clearly. Not that you had no reason, that now in retrospect, that the assurances that you were given were false.
I have no proof that they were false.
Well, you have the Auditor General's report that indicated that many of the concerns that were raised, that you were advised of, were the same concerns that continued. So despite the board telling you that the concerns have been addressed and that we will address them, that it turns out the Auditor General's report makes it very clear that they were not addressed. Those concerns were not addressed. So in retrospect, very clearly, the assurances that you were given by the board were false. Do you agree with that?
I wouldn't agree that the assurances were false at that time. Let me tell you why. Because in the auditor's report, he actually points to starting in 2011, that's when he indicates there are matters that I think were disturbing.
So it's very clear that the salary issue of Dr. Mazza being paid a disproportionately, ridiculously high salary given his responsibilities and given the budget of Ornge, that salary being very, very high or much higher than would be expected or that's appropriate, that was clearly going on before 2011. And we have ample evidence to suggest that. So when the time you were responsible, when you had been given assurances that there was nothing going on that was amiss, that everything had been taken care of, at least that one component you can at least confirm that the salary that was being paid to Dr. Mazza was far disproportionate than what was appropriate. And at least at that issue, you must admit, was wrong, and that the assurances you were given were not reliable.
So let me do my best to answer your question. The very first thing is I did not know what Dr. Mazza's salary was until it was reported last year. I did not know that. That's number one. Number two is that the provincial auditor also indicated that the way the Public Sector Salary Disclosure Act is currently outlined and the criteria that according to that act, Ornge did comply with that act.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one question here. So do you agree with me that the Auditor General, just these are agree or disagree, do you agree with me that the Auditor General's concern, one of his concerns was the salary that Dr. Mazza was being paid, the 1.2 million, the 1.4 million was too high? Do you agree that that was an issue raised by the Auditor General?
Very much so.
Okay. Do you agree that the money that was given to Ornge was not being used properly in terms of patient care, and that there was issues raised by the Auditor General in terms of the helicopters and the way the money was being used?
I believe the Auditor General was very clear in that the original performance agreement gave response.
Not the performance agreement issue, just that he had raised an issue about the money that was being used at Ornge and not being used properly. That generally that was a concern. Do you agree?
That was his concern,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So
then the letter that you received.
Mr. Singh, letter response.
Sure, go on.
Go ahead, Ms. Hawkins.
Yeah.
I believe what the Auditor General indicated very clearly that the original performance agreement allowed and gave responsibility for Ornge to undertake and make decisions about how they delivered that service. So that was the performance agreement that we were working with at that time, up until it was amended in 2012.
So then, so at least those 2 points. So salary of Dr. Mazza was too high, and that money was not being used appropriately at Ornge were issues that raised by the Auditor General. You've agreed to that. Those two concerns were exactly what was raised in the letter as well. Mr. Walmsley's letter was exactly that. Jacob Blum's concerns were exactly that. That the salary was, there were some salary issues, that people were being paid way too much, that you should look into that. Money was being given out like water. And the second concern is that the money wasn't being used appropriately. Those were two concerns raised in 2008, and there were the exact two concerns, at least those two, there's more, but there was the exact two concerns that were raised by the Auditor General. So do you not see that the same concerns raised in 2008 turned out to be the exact same concerns that the Auditor General found, and that in between nothing was done?
So I really want to iterate that at the time when we were advised that when we received Mr. Walmsley's letter, I want you to know, and I want the committee to know, we took that very, very seriously. We acted on it immediately, and I mean immediately. Like that was acted on within hours of receipt of that letter.
We heard this, and you've stated this a number of times. The forensic investigation team was calling, the health audit services team was calling, plus we had the MNP that was going. We get all of this. But at the end of the day, you didn't know how much Mr. Mazza was making. And this is what the complaint was all about. At the end of the day, those people had basically been whistleblower telling you, this guy's salary is out of whack. But you conclude your investigation not knowing how much he's making. Where is it just me who thinks there's a disconnect here?
I think what's really important is that at that point in time, we relied very heavily on individuals.
But you relied on individuals that did not give you answers.
Let her respond. Finish.
But we relied heavily on individuals who had, let's think about who the people were that we relied on. We relied on people who have professional designations of have very high ethics and values. There was no reason when I received assurances from those individuals that that information was not correct.
Have you ever dealt with Mr. Apps?
Never.
Have you ever seen any of the documents that he has prepared?
Yes.
What kind of documents?
He prepared, I believe, a letter relating to consolidation efforts. That was, I'm going to say, early 2008. And I believe he also had written a letter possibly, I think one within the ministry and possibly one to the Ministry of Finance as well.
Okay. There was people within the Ministry of Finance who alerted yourself and 5 other members of the Ministry of Health that it was weird that when they were asking for basic financial information from Ornge, financial information that your ministry should already have, they couldn't get it, and they had to deal through Mr. Apps. Have this been the case with you?
Can you give me more specifics with regard to that request you're just referring to?
Sure. During the consolidation effort, the Ministry of Finance was in charge of this. They were asking Ornge for basic financial information. They couldn't get it. They approached through an email yourself as well as 5 other people within the Ministry of Health telling them they're having a tough time getting financial information from Ornge, and isn't it odd that their request for financial information gets answered by Mr. Apps?
So let me try to answer that as well. In 2008, what would have been late 2007, just as I'd taken on my role as executive lead, and early 2008, there were efforts underway with regard to consolidation. And as part of that, I think as one of your other witnesses indicated, the decisions with regard to consolidation are made by the Ministry of Finance through the Provincial Controller's Office. It is not unusual that the Provincial Controller's Office would ask the Ministry for various pieces of information, and that would not be unusual at all for them to do that. And remembering as well, this would be the very first time that the Ornge would be consolidated. So there would be information that maybe was asked for that we may not have had readily at hand.
Ms. Hawkins, I just want to confirm this for the record. Would you agree with this statement that the same concerns, at least these 2 concerns that were raised in 2008 by the letter by Mr. Walmsley, that the concerns of salary being too high for some of the executives, and that the money that was given to Ornge not being used appropriately were the 2 very same concerns, 2 of many, but the 2 same concerns that were raised by the Auditor General in his report later on in 2011. Do you agree with that?
You have 1 minute left.
So I believe the Auditor General spoke specifically that even though there were for-profit entities, and if there were individuals who were hired by those for-profit entities, he felt that it was important that we should receive that information.
So the 2 concerns were the same.
So that was.
But do you agree with that statement that the concerns raised in 2008 were the same concerns, ostensibly, that were raised by the Auditor General? Obviously, Mr. McCarter went into much more detail and much more thoroughly, but they were the same 2 concerns, ostensibly. Do you agree?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
And we are out of time, so we'll move to the government now. Who would like to ask questions? Mr. Zimmer, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Hawkins, Mr. Cleese spent some time in his examination of you bringing up various things that Mr. Jacob Bloom had raised at this committee, and my sense was he seemed to put a lot of confidence in Mr. Bloom's word and evidence. Have you had a chance to review Mr. Bloom's evidence?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall then that Mr. Bloom was asked questions about the circumstances of his leaving or departure from Ornge?
My recollection.
No. Did you recall that exchange in his evidence?
It was in his evidence, yes.
All right. And do you recall then that reviewing that evidence that Mr. Bloom stated unequivocally that he was not fired, but that he resigned?
No, I do not. I saw it in his evidence, but I think it's important that my recollection is when I verified the information that our meeting was early July. He indicated in his evidence that he left somewhere around the 17th or 18th of July.
But Mr. Bloom's position is that he resigned, and sometime a couple of weeks later, Mr. Tom Lapine, you know who Mr. Lapine is?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Lapine said that Mr. Bloom was fired. So are you aware of this question about whether Bloom was fired or resigned?
Only to the extent of reading the proceedings of this committee.
Okay. Do you have any information, or did you get any information yourself whether Bloom was fired or resigned?
No, I did not.
Do you have a view as to whether he was fired or resigned?
I do not.
When Mr. Bloom was here giving his evidence, he brought selected portions of his diary, which he referenced in his evidence. And today, after being compelled by the committee, Mr. Bloom has released the full contents of his diary. Great thick document. I would say it's 6 or 7 inches. Were you aware that this committee had to compel Mr. Bloom to release the full contents of his diary rather than selected excerpts?
Only to the extent that I would have read the motions.
All right. In previous evidence of witnesses, reference was made to rumors circulating around the executive suite at Ornge about Mr. Bloom's drug use, in particular cocaine use. Were you aware of any of that at the time?
Not at all.
Did you read that in the evidence?
I read it in the proceedings of this committee, some questioning around that.
Right. What's your own, or did you have personal dealings with Mr. Bloom?
I only met with Mr. Bloom once, and it was the meeting that we have just referenced that was held in early July.
And from your point of view, did you find that a forthcoming and satisfying meeting or not?
I actually don't recollect a whole lot about that meeting other than it was held at 5700 Yonge Street.
All right. The members of the forensic investigation team that met with the complainant of in November about the letter from the complainant, do you know who those two persons were?
I couldn't tell you their names offhand.
Could you determine that and give us that information?
Absolutely, I could, yes.
And typically, what are the qualifications of someone on a forensic investigation team?
I couldn't tell you exactly, but typically the individuals who are in the internal audit division, of which the forensic investigation team is a part of, they would typically be individuals who have an accounting designation of one sort or another. Oftentimes they may also have further training as it relates to investigative techniques, so various specialized training courses, for example. I couldn't tell.
Do you have a sense, or what's your understanding, how a forensic auditor skill set differs from a regular auditor?
The forensic auditor, I believe, would be, and I can't speak to because I'm not one, and which is why we actually engaged them, but certainly they would be looking for, I would think, specific evidence, either in evidence, either hard evidence as opposed to hearsay, in order to make their determination. And they no doubt asked a series of questions, but I can't go beyond that because I'm not one, but I do know that we relied very heavily on the work that they did.
And would you agree with me that when one calls in a forensic auditor rather than a regular auditor, that there's a whole different approach to the audit. They're looking for things that aren't right from a forensic point of view.
That would be correct.
And why did the ministry send in, from your point of view, a forensic auditor rather than a regular auditor?
In this situation, I took the advice of the director of the Health Audit Service team, and we determined that we felt that it would be very helpful if we did have forensic investigation, so that we could actually have somebody who actually goes out and looks for the kind of evidence, ask the kinds of questions that would get at what this gentleman had raised in his complainant letter.
And would you agree with me that a forensic audit, as opposed to a regular audit, is really the highest, the most rigorous, the most demanding type of audit?
I would say yes, and that is why we asked that these individuals review the allegations in this letter that was the complainant had written.
And it was the report then of the forensic auditors that you placed great weight on in deciding what to do subsequent to their, or following up on their report.
We relied very heavily on their findings.
Thank you.
Ms. Sandals.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Ms. Hawkins. I'd like to follow up a little bit on the exchange that we had earlier around the MNP report at page 17. And there was a question around a transfer of $5 million. And if I understood your response correctly, you referenced a transfer of $5 million either from air to critical or critical to air. Which was it?
It was critical care land ambulance to the air ambulance program.
So you approved that transfer from one program to another. So just to clarify, that was transfer payment money to Ornge. And do I understand correctly that Ornge came to you and said, we have a bit of a surplus in this line, we have a bit of a challenge in another line, do we have, ministry, your permission to transfer from one program to another? Was that the conversation?
That is correct.
And the ministry, can you tell us then the action of the ministry?
Yes. So actually that request came in the form of a business case from Ornge at the time, and the rationale associated with that particular request. It would come to the attention of the Emergency Health Services branch, and the staff in that branch would do analysis, and that analysis would be submitted to myself as well as at the time the Chief Administrative Officer, and we did not have the authority to make that decision, and that analysis would have gone to the then Deputy Minister of the day to provide direction.
And is that a process that you would have carried out with other transfer partners if any transfer partner came and said, we have a challenge here, we could transfer some money from another piece of the budget, do we have your permission to transfer from one line to another? This would be a process that you just described that you would have done had any transfer partner made that request?
That's correct.
So this was a fairly routine conversation around, is there a business case supporting transfer from one line to another within a transfer payment partner's budget?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what I don't understand is what, if anything, that has to do with a note in the MNP report about a transfer from Ornge to the Ornge Foundation of $8.4 million, which was the reference that was. Are these two conversations in any way related?
I would say they're only related because of the Ornge financial statement. So let me get back to the reallocation, pardon me, from critical care land ambulance to air ambulance was a fairly routine request that may come from other transfer payment entities. The Ornge Foundation that is noted on page 17 and was subsequently noted on the financial statement. We have no evidence to show, I don't have any evidence to show, maybe others do, that in fact that Ornge took that $5 million and actually used it for this purpose that is identified on 17. We got assurances from the senior folks. It was actually the VP, I forget her exact title, but Ms. Renzella. She wrote us back and asserted that, in fact, the money, the $5 million that we had given authorization, was used for the purpose intended. And it was for those three things that we talked about. One was fuel, for additional fuel costs. The second one was related to training. And the third was related to rate increases associated with the service contractors.
And did the money go through the foundation?
It did not. No, it did not.
So the $5 million transfer from one place to another, if I'm following, really has nothing to do with the entry that's in the MNP report at page 17.
I do not believe so.
Okay, that's why I was confused. I couldn't see any connection between the transfer you were talking about, which I was aware of, and the $8.4 million that is noted in the MNP report. And just if I may note, what the auditor says about that is that there was money transferred to the Ornge Foundation. It would be used to, I'm paraphrasing here, to purchase assets, but then goes on, this is a direct quote, Ornge received a perpetual license to use the assets purchased or developed with this donation, and the asset will be gifted over to the province in the event that the performance agreement is terminated, and then goes on farther down to say the transaction was recorded by way of journal entry and the funds continue to remain in Ornge's bank account, and then that management advises that the procurement policies and procedures set up in Ornge will be used in the spending of grant funding by any Ornge entity. So recognizing that this seems to be a discussion about some different funds and assets, was there anything in that note in the audit report that raised any particular concern, other than perhaps the oddity of why did they set up the foundation?
Mm-hmm. So I don't think it did, because specifically Myers, Norris, and Penny had indicated in some other notation within the report that they didn't raise any issues with the fact that this Ornge Foundation had been set up. I don't have the exact page, but there is reference to that.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies a bit, because we seem to have two sides of a conversation that didn't seem to be directly related, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Moridi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hawkins, for appearing before this committee. I understand that, Ms. Hawkins, you were Assistant Deputy Minister with the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and also you are the Chief Administrative Officer for the Ministry's Corporate Services. How long have you been holding these positions?
I've held that position since early 2010.
What previous positions did you have with the Ministry?
So prior to prior to my current position, as I mentioned, from 2007 to 2010, I was the executive lead, and it is in that capacity that, as I mentioned, I had direct involvement with land and air ambulance, as well as OHIP registration, claims processing. In addition, another role that I played was we were divesting the last provincial psychiatric hospital, and that was also a project as well. And prior to that, I was working with the late Dr. Sheila Bazur in public health. So I had a couple of years, at least a couple of years that I worked with her, and had that wonderful opportunity. And I had also had the opportunity to work in the Deputy Minister's office as one of his advisors.
When it comes to Ornge and also its predecessor organization, Air Ambulance, Ontario Air Ambulance, could you give us some precise information about your oversight and responsibilities over these two organizations?
Yes, so let me just reiterate with regard to my oversight during the period of 07 to 010 is the Emergency Health Services branch reported to me during that particular time, and we focused primarily, as I had mentioned, on the three critical aspects of our oversight responsibilities, which was the performance agreement that was put in place at the time. Secondly was the Ambulance Act. And thirdly was also the Transfer Payment Accountability Directive. And within that particular areas of responsibility, we further did investigations, we meaning the Emergency Health Services branch. There was also compliance certification that I believe one of the other, Mr. Bates, had spoken to the committee about. And then thirdly was the, the financial reporting. And under the financial reporting, we would get quarterly reports, we would get annual reports, and as well we would get business plans from them. And then of course throughout the course of that time, as matters, there was always a lot of dialogue, and there was a particular gentleman in the Emergency Health Services branch during my time as executive lead who had primarily the day-to-day contact with Ornge.
Did you have any dealing with Ornge and its predecessor organization between 2003 and 2007?
I did not.
You did not, okay. Ms. Hawkins, the Auditor General, numerously in his report, he mentions that Ornge refrained of providing information to the Auditor General. Did you have a similar experience in dealing with Ornge in terms of obstruction of information to the ministry?
I've thought a lot about that statement that the auditor made. At the time, we didn't know what information we weren't getting, frankly. They gave us the information that we had asked for, but we didn't know what we were not told.
So would you agree with the Auditor General that they were refraining of the provision of information to the Auditor General?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Would you agree that Ornge was refraining providing information to Auditor General, as he mentions this repeatedly in his report? Would you agree with him?
He was very clear that he did not get the information that he asked for, and when he did get it, it was delayed.
Now, knowing that they actually refrained of provision of information to the Auditor General, would you think that they did this deliberately? Ornge did this deliberately? Do you think that they they deliberately refrained of providing information to the Auditor General?
I would hope not.
The ministry, I understand, tried to compel Ornge to provide information. Were you involved in that process, asking Ornge to provide information to the ministry?
Could you give me more specifics about what you may be referring to?
Well, the information which, with regard to, for example, the sunshine list, the salary disclosure, were you involved in compelling the Ornge to provide information to the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care?
No, I was not directly involved in that, in what had transpired. I think he was referring to 2011 in his report.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Anyone else for questions over there? We're done? Okay, well, we have 5 minutes left then.
Thank you. No, I can't be.
You're finished. Okay. Then thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've had equal time for all parties. So thank you for coming before the committee this morning.
Thank you.
Because do we have agreement from the committee to allow the last 5 minutes to be?
I wonder, we've spent a lot of time looking retroactively backwards. I wonder if we could do a little bit more current and forward-looking. If you look at the level of oversight that you had 12 months ago versus the level of oversight that is available today, how would you compare that level of oversight that's available?
I would say the amended performance agreement has a much greater degree of oversight, accountability, and transparency. The original performance agreement did not require Ornge to seek approval for example, they didn't have to come and ask to issue bonds. They did not have to come and ask to buy helicopters. That was the responsibility of Ornge. The new performance, the amended performance agreement that came into place in March, has much greater accountability. They must now come to the ministry and ask for approval prior to undertaking something like that.
So many of the serious issues like the issuance of bonds, the purchase of helicopters, the creation of all these spin-off companies that I don't think we've even figured out yet, none of those actions would be possible under the current performance agreement, the new performance agreement.
That's my understanding.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming before the committee this morning.
Thank you.
Now we have our next witness is Mr. John Henry, Mayor of the City of Oshawa. Come forward, please. Welcome, Mr. Henry, and you've received the information for witness coming before the committee. Very well, thank you. Our clerk has an oath for you.
Mr. Henley, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you shall give to this committee touching the subject of the present inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I believe Mr. Henry has a number of documents that he does have copies of for all committee members, which the clerk would distribute to committee members. And you have time for an opening statement if you'd like to take a few minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And with me today we have David Potts, Director of Legal Services, Cindy Simon-Milroy, who is the Director of Economic Development, and Stephen Wilcox, who is our Airport Manager. And I'm happy to be here today. The documents that are being passed around is a complete collection of the history between the transactions of Ornge and the City of Oshawa, all emails, all documents. There is a section in the front of it that will give you a page, the date, the contact, and a summary of what the item is. So it should be very easy to follow through, and specific questions related to what went on are available here. I may not be able to answer the aviation questions, so that's why we have brought Mr. Wilcox.
Well, thank you, and thank you for providing all that information.
Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to come here today and bring forward the City of Oshawa's dealings with Ornge, which were actually quite favorable for both Ornge and the City of Oshawa. The City of Oshawa, as you're aware, is east of Toronto, and by bringing Ornge into the Oshawa area, we were able to offer the opportunity for a higher level of health care to 4.4 million people in Ontario. And, you know, while we're here and as I'm starting to speak, I really do truly want to take the time. I have a background in my younger days from working in emergency measures as I was trained as a firefighter, to really have the respect for the frontline service people, for the pilots and the people that work on the helicopters. This doesn't deviate from the great work that they do along with police and paramedics and fire and hospital throughout Ontario. And I want to make that point. They are, despite all that's going on, a key part to the health care of the residents of Ontario. And when you look at the City of Oshawa, and you will hear, I'm sure later today, why the business case for Oshawa worked, it made sense. We're centrally located. If you look at the City of Oshawa and the airport, it has all the features it needed to make Ornge successful. And then the first talks related to the City of Oshawa and Ornge go back actually into 2009. So there was an ongoing history of discussions that went back and forth during that time. This is a great deal. It was good for Ornge, it was good for Oshawa, it was great for the people of Ontario to deliver that kind of service. Within the document, you will find a map in the center of the document that will tell you why Oshawa worked and how it serviced all those people. I'm very proud of the interaction that we had with Ornge, and ultimately, as mayor of the City of Oshawa, I am responsible for all actions in Oshawa. This was a great opportunity for two publicly run corporations to come together and deliver a higher level of health care to the residents of Ontario. I'm incredibly proud of the work that the staff of the City of Oshawa did in its relationship with Ornge, and if you read the document, you will see the due diligence was done, and this is a great, great partnership. Thank you.
The NDP will go first this time, and you'll have about 28 minutes for your questioning. Go ahead, Ms. Jelinek.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate you taking the time to come and talk to us this morning. I would say you are an unfortunate bystander to what went on at Ornge, but while you're here, when in your dealings or the dealings of the people before you, did you ever have any inkling as to something was wrong at Ornge, that the salaries were not being disclosed, that maybe money was being used in a way that was not supposed to?
I wasn't aware of any of that, and the only thing I was aware of is that whenever I saw a helicopter fly over the City of Oshawa, I knew that somebody was getting great health care. I wasn't aware of any of the other issues, and if you follow the order, none of those issues came forward during the deal, during the process that we made the arrangements with Ornge to make it work at the Oshawa Airport.
Okay. Obviously, I didn't have time to go through your document, although I want to thank you for being so forthcoming and open with sharing all of that with us. Did you, once we look through or through memory, do you know if you had any dealings with people at the Ministry of Health to try to secure this partnership between Oshawa and Ornge?
As far as I'm aware, the only dealings we had were interaction between Ornge and the City of Oshawa, and then Ornge had some dealings with people at the airport related to the purchasing of a hangar.
All right. And have you ever met Mr. Alfred Apps?
I do not believe so.
Do you know who he is?
No.
No, never talked to him or anything like this? He was never involved in your dealings with Ornge?
Actually, I have a staff actually pulled together a complete list. Could you say his name again, please?
Alfred Apps, A-P-P-S.
spell the last name again?
APPS.
Actually, I have a list of all the interactions by name, and he's not on this list.
Very good. Very good. Have you ever talked to anybody within the Liberal Party about helping you with the dealings between Ornge and Oshawa?
Actually, not on this issue, but I've had several dealings with members of the Liberal Party on another issue called the 407.
Oh, yes. I could see this. Have you ever met Dr. Mazza?
No.
You've never met him? All right. Basically, our questions will be fairly brief. You are mayor of a city. It is completely understandable that you would reach out to politicians. I mean, your local MPP. Ornge is a service under the wing of the provincial government. Has the city ever approached your local MPP to help with the endeavor of bringing Ornge to Oshawa?
I actually have reached out to our MPPs on several issues related to things for the City of Oshawa, the region of Durham, ultimately the province of Ontario, if you had followed my comments on some of the other things I've done. This is about the economy of Southern Ontario. Oshawa is only part of the Ornge issue today, but Ornge is a big part of Ontario. And I do reach out to MPPs on a regular basis. I do talk to MPPs throughout the Durham region because not only am I the mayor of the City of Oshawa, I'm also a regional councillor in the region of Durham, and I have interaction with members through the entire region.
Very good, and so you should, and I encourage you to keep on doing this. If we are there to help our constituents, if we can be useful, then this is what we're elected to do. Thank you very much.
Mr. Singh?
No, thank you. No questions. Thank you.
That's okay, very well. We shall note how much time you used in case, and we'll move on to the government then. Mr. Leo.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And how much time do I have?
You have 28 minutes.
28 minutes. Thank you very much. Welcome, Mayor Henry. Good to see you again. How long have you been mayor of Oshawa?
I was elected as mayor in 2010 in October in the election, and I was a regional councillor for one term prior to that.
Could you tell the committee what provincial and federal ridings are included within the city of Oshawa?
Provincial and federal ridings, well, of course, we have all parties during elections. Currently,
No, the ridings. What ridings in the city of Oshawa? Is it one riding, two ridings,
There's
three
two ridings.
And what's the name of those ridings?
We have the Whitby Oshawa riding and the Oshawa riding.
Who are the current members of the provincial parliament that represent those two ridings?
Of course, Jerry Ouellette is here today, and Christine Elliott is, I assume that she would be out doing the business of her constituency today.
Who are the current members of the federal parliament from Oshawa?
Well, it would be Dr. Colin Carey in Oshawa and the Honourable Jim Flaherty for Whitby Oshawa.
Could you tell me in which riding, federally and provincially, the airport is located?
The airport is located in the middle of Oshawa. It covers a vast section of Oshawa. It's on the east side of Simcoe Street, so it would be in the federal riding of Minister Flaherty.
As you're aware, you've been asked to attend before this committee because the decision that was made by Ornge in June 2011 to establish a base in the Oshawa Municipal Airport, correct?
Yes.
It is my understanding that you, as mayor of Oshawa, took on the responsibility of attempting to attract and incent Ornge to establish a base at the Oshawa Airport. Is that indeed correct?
We actually work with Ornge, and you'll find that all those documents that you're referencing are in this document. And we did put together a plan to work with Ornge to come to Oshawa, yes.
If we could go back to this period then, can you describe for the committee in detail what steps you took in pursuit of the resolution to secure the base in Oshawa?
Actually, I can, if you give me 1 second, and I'll give you the reference in the if you'd like to turn to page 309 in the manual that you have, the document that we sent to Ornge is there, and it's listed. It's signed by me. It was dated June 29th, and it has all the things are listed. If you look at item 1...
Sir, what was the page number?
It's page 309.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, and I'm prepared to answer any of those questions. Or I can walk you through it if you'd like me to.
Sure, if you want to provide a quick comment on it.
Item number 1 talks about waiving landing fees. Currently, we do not charge Durham Regional Police for landing the helicopter at the airport because it is an essential part of our community. We looked at Ornge as being an essential part of the community. Wholesale food program. The City of Oshawa actually owns the fuel system at the Oshawa Airport. Priority snow removal. We do priority snow removal for the police department now in the performance of their duties. We would just continue to do that. The airport apron will need improvements. Those documents are in here. You'll actually find the detailed drawings for those documents in here as well for your own reference later when I think you'll probably, and I expect you would read the entire document.
I will. You can be assured of that.
There was a grant to offset property taxes. Operation of a hangar grant, potential grant to offset regional property taxes. I bring in the comment potential. Potential of an operational hangar grant, potential. And then there's some miscellaneous terms, A through D.
Okay. Were you aware during the time that the Oshawa Municipal Airport was deficient in many aspects, as outlined by Mr. Potter in his testimony here, at least insofar as the suitable for the air ambulance space was concerned?
Well, it's kind of funny because through here you'll find a reference that the airport was in great shape. The business plan is in the front of the document, and I wouldn't be aware of what Mr. Potter said, nor could I prepare for his comments because I wasn't here for the conversation.
Just to follow up in Mr. Potter's testimony, he indeed, of course, had his testimony under oath. Were you aware that the Oshawa, as you're the Oshawa Airport, according to his testimony, had a takeoff and landing curfew of 11 p.m.?
Actually, if you would read the document that's included here, medical flights are exempt from that, so are police flights.
Okay. According to his testimony, were you aware that the Oshawa Municipal Airport did not have an instrument landing system?
I'm not aware of what he would say. Again, I wasn't here.
Were you aware that if Ornge was to load to Oshawa, there would be a significant issue in terms of ability to land during inclement weather?
I wasn't aware he said that. No.
Continuing on with his testimony, were you aware the Oshawa Municipal Airport did not have a suitable runway to accommodate Ornge?
For aircraft, we're talking about a helicopter. Helicopters don't need a lot of runway.
Were you aware the Oshawa Municipal Airport, according to his testimony again, had a significant noise abatement problem and local residents were very active in raising their concerns about airport-related noise?
We get very few calls about the police helicopter, so I imagine that anything related to an air ambulance helicopter would be minimal. We actually had a very interesting council meeting last night. It went to 1:30 in the morning. To talk
Remember those days well.
Talk about airport issues. So.
Committee has provided a comprehensive review of the incentive package. I have a copy of the agreement that was ultimately signed between the City of Oshawa and Ornge.
Well, that agreement was signed by me, yes.
It details a remarkable range of incentives that your city offered up to Ornge in order to secure the base. Perhaps you could read in the record the various incentives that are set out in this agreement.
I think I just did.
Could we go through it again?
Did you miss it the first time?
Yeah, I think I did.
Okay. If you turn to page 309 within the bundle that we gave you, so that everybody's on the same page, and that we talked extensively, and this as I lead into the incentives. Don't forget, these are two publicly owned corporations working together to provide the best deal for the residents of Ontario. Because Ornge Services Ontario, this isn't about the City of Oshawa. This is about providing better health care in a faster and more efficient manner across Southern Ontario to 4.4 million people. So, number one, if you look at it, Oshawa will waive Ornge landing fees for a period of 20 years. As I stated earlier, we do not charge the Durham Regional Police landing fees, and they run a helicopter at our airport. Oshawa owns the fuel system at the Oshawa Airport. Priority snow removal, we do that for police now. We would do it for Ornge just to make sure that the residents of Ontario got the best health care out of the airport as they possibly could. We would need to make airport improvements, and that amount is in here. You will find that there is, in here later, you'll find a document that talks about airport improvements and how when the deal came together at the airport and a hangar was sold, some of the proceeds of that hangar sale was dedicated towards airport improvements, or apron improvements. A grant to offset property taxes at the City of Oshawa. Operational hangar grant, potential grant to offset regional property taxes, potential operational hangar grant, and then there's some miscellaneous terms that you can read down through here.
Thank you very much. As a former person who spent 18 years in municipal council, did you consult with council before offering and ultimately agreeing to these
Actually,
incentives?
you'll find within this document a complete approval from Oshawa Council for me to go forward, and council was absolutely aware of the deal in the end, as all council should be informed.
I just want to talk about the hangar for a moment.
We don't own the hangar.
Okay. What was the process that it took to convince a particular company to sell the hangar to Ornge?
I wasn't involved in the real estate transaction at all, but there's documents here supporting the conversation that took place.
It's safe to say that was there pressure put on the company to sell that hangar to Ornge?
Well, actually, no, because they reinvested in the airport, bought another piece of property, or building another building, and we will increase our property taxes from that endeavor.
Do you know if the particular company involved made any money off the sale of this particular hangar?
It was a private real estate deal. I don't get involved in private business dealings between any party in the City of Oshawa. It's not appropriate.
Do you know if any other private entities at the Oshawa Airport were designated to make money as a result of the establishment of the base at Ornge?
Well, I imagine that anybody that supplies parts and services would make money. I'm not aware of any direct relationship, nor do I have any relationship with any business at the Oshawa Airport.
Another one of the incentives that was offered to Ornge was to secure the base was a capital investment of $62,000 to construct a 1,200 square foot taxiway. Was that necessary?
I'm not sure. It's definitely less than the money that was put into Peterborough Airport.
The $62,000 was coming from, this was the third party, I take it?
No, it wasn't $62,000. It was $30,000.
Do you know who the third party was?
It was the person that sold the building to Ornge.
Do you know the name of that entity?
Oh, I do. It's in the documents.
Thank you very much. In recent weeks, we've heard testimony from two individuals, Mr. Potter and Mr. Levine, that the decision to establish a base at Oshawa Airport was not supported by the technical experts at Ornge. For example, May 9th, 2012, Rick Porter, former Chief Executive Officer of Ornge, indicated Oshawa was certainly not the airport of my choice. Here's what he said. He told us that the Oshawa was deficient in a number of ways. First, we talked about 11 p.m. curfew for takeoff and landing.
Excuse me, while you're saying that, we've clarified that. There is no curfew for medical flights or police flights or emergency parts delivery at the Oshawa Airport.
So Mr. Porter was wrong then in his testimony?
Mr. Porter's wrong in that statement, yes.
Is it true?
That document is in here, so you will be able to find it and the reference to the operating hours at the airport.
Is it true that throughout this period of time you were facing some significant resistance from area residents about plans to expand one of Oshawa Airport from runways from 4,000 to 5,000 feet?
We've had resistance, and some people have been concerned about the Oshawa Airport since 1987, and the Delcan report was quoted yesterday at Oshawa Council. There's always been an issue with noise at the airport, and you as a member of council, I'm not sure where you live in Peterborough in relationship to the airport, but I do get noise complaints occasionally. We also have, at the Oshawa Airport, you can be aware that we do have military flights that come in and out of the airport on occasion too, so sometimes there is some noise, yes.
The Peterborough Regional Airport is substantially outside of the city of Peterborough, so
yeah,
doesn't have a
I
noise
understand
problem.
Recently a $30 million investment at the airport as well.
Between the federal, provincial, and municipal government, that's
yes.
true.
To attract Ornge.
Is the issue, are you going ahead with your runway extension?
Actually, as of last night's council meeting, we're going on with a business plan on the airport on its current 4,000-foot runway.
Back to Mr. Potter, and I'll give you a document, sir, so you're not left out in the cold here. It was an exchange of questions I had with Mr. Potter when he...
Mr. Chair, this would be inappropriate for me to go through a document that I haven't been given in advance.
Well, I'll give you tabs. Oh, there's tabs there we can make reference.
Hang on a second. I would agree that if you want some time to look at it before you continue.
Fairness, Mr. Chair, if I have it, every other member of committee.
Mr. Chair, here's a copy for you.
We will endeavor to get it to all committee members.
Do you want the copy, Mr. Chair?
We will need a committee. All the members of the committee will need a copy of that document. And what is the document, Mr. Leal?
It's just a series of tabs and correspondence and my exchange with Mr. Potter when he appeared in front of committee.
So it's part of Hansard?
It's part of Hansard?
Well,
so it's already in.
We'll have the clerk look at this.
I would ask that the questions.
Mr. Chair, has the clock been stopped?
We have till noon, and the clock is. I'll make sure the time is used fairly.
I continue to.
Okay, we will recess to copy this document for how long do we need? 5 minutes. Okay, I'll call this meeting back to order, and so all members have a copy of the document that was handed out. Now, of course, the witness has just received a copy of that as well. So if he's comfortable answering questions for that, to that, he's welcome to. If there's things in it that he needs time to get back to us at a future date, that is fine as well. So if you want to continue with your questioning, Mr. Leal,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Your Worship, you now have a copy of that.
Yes.
Can we go to tab 6?
Sure.
Tab 6 is the exchange between Mr. Potter and myself.
I'm on that page.
And for the record, of course, Mr. Potter was the agency Ornge's former aviation boss.
Just quick, that was the person, earlier you'd mentioned a comment from Mr. Potter.
Yep.
I understand that Mr. Lapine rebuts Mr. Potter's comments.
Some of it.
Some of it. It says that Oshawa or Peter...
I'm asking the question. So
let him respond, please.
So earlier you'd asked a question. In one of your documents that I haven't been privileged to reading all the information that's come forward, but in one of the documents on May 30th from this committee, there's a comment that says, and I believe it's Mr. Lapine that rebuts Mr. Potts' comments, and it says, when we did the analysis, there was a matrix done and Oshawa was the clear winner. I just want to make sure that I've recognized that and read it, so I understand a little bit more of the questions earlier. So
yeah, we can get into Mr. Lapine's testimony too.
My job is not to debate you, sir. Mine's to answer questions.
And I'll keep asking the questions.
I'd like you to.
Okay, terrific. So back to Mr. Porter. There is one very interesting exchange between both of us. I asked him, did you advise against the decision to go to Oshawa? His response was, I did initially, and I did subsequently, yes. We have learned that the decision to select the Oshawa base was imposed on the organization by Mr. Mazza, as confirmed by Mr. Lapine. Are you aware of this?
I am not aware of this page at all, but I am aware of the one that I just read into the record, yes.
Did you ever meet Dr. Mazza in 2011?
No, I haven't.
You were aware that for a period of time, my community, and doing the work on behalf of my constituents, because of the $30 million investment that was designed specifically to house aviation services for both Ornge, potentially for Ornge and for M&R, that Peterborough was the preferred location for the Ornge base.
I have no dealings or understanding of that conversation, nor would I. I'm not the mayor of Peterborough.
Okay. There are some media reports about the fact that the City Council and the resident of Oshawa were never made aware of the precise terms of the deal that was reached with Ornge, despite the fact that there was taxpayers and dollars involved in all this. Is it true that the terms of the deal were not publicly released?
Actually, you'll find a copy of everything in here, and it has 100% of Council's approval, and you'll find that when you find the document, all members of Council were present at the meeting where it took place.
Your Worship, I just want to refer to a couple of tabs here, so I will...
in your binder or mine?
In the one I just gave you. We'll go through the tabs.
Sure.
I have a package of documents to share with you, which I have. I'd like you to refer and take you through in this package. There are a series of letters and emails that I'd like to refer to. Can you turn to tab 1?
Yes. That's the letter from Christine Elliott.
Could you read the letter for me?
Sure. Dear Minister Matthews, Ornge Helicopter Ambulance Opportunity at Oshawa. I'm writing you to encourage your support bringing crucial emergency services to the Durham region through the Oshawa Municipal Airport. As you know, Ornge is planning to relocate one of its air ambulance helicopters to the eastern Greater Toronto area in order to enhance its emergency response coverage. I understand that both Oshawa Airport and Peterborough Municipal Airport are under consideration to receive Ornge service. Based on my meetings with concerned stakeholders, there are numerous advantages to supporting and introducing this service to Oshawa. Its proximity to the GTA would reduce on time of travel and cost of fuel. Implementing the service in Oshawa will prevent Ornge staff from having to relocate from Toronto, since they would still be within the commuting distance. Moreover, Oshawa Airport has the land and technical facilities to support air ambulance and medevac operation. I support the initiative as step forward to providing transport and medicine to areas east and north of Greater Toronto.
Thank you very much, sir. Could you read tab 2 for me?
Chair, I don't understand the purpose of me reading these.
Yeah, I just...
Everybody has a copy. I'm making the assumption that it's been read already. Do you really want me to read these?
Yeah, I would like you to read it in the record.
Chair, I want to just make this
No,
point,
no,
Chair.
Mr. Cleese, if he wants it read in
I want it read in the record.
That's fine. Go ahead, Mr. Go.
I'm asking the witness to read in the record. Mr. Chair, I'm asking the witness to read it in the record. Mr. Henry, please.
Actually, it's Mayor Henry.
Sorry, Mayor Henry.
Thank you. Page 2, this letter is from John O'Toole, dated April 29th, to Christopher Mazza. Dear Dr. Mazza, this letter is to express my support for locating Ornge helicopter base at the Oshawa Airport. In my view, the Oshawa location provide better response time for a rapidly growing Durham region community and for approximately 36% of the Ontario population. As you know from a resolution passed by Oshawa Council on April 11th, the city has confirmed that the Oshawa Municipal Airport has the land and technical resources to support an air ambulance medevac operations. I understand the City of Oshawa is also preparing a comprehensive package to attract and support Ornge operations. I trust this input will be of assistance. Thank you for your consideration, and please accept my best wishes. Yours truly, John R. O'Toole, MPP, Durham.
Thank you very much. Mayor Henry, could you read tab 3 for me, please?
This is dated Saturday, June 11th. It's from Minister Flaherty is eagerly awaiting a decision on whether or not we'll be going to Oshawa.
Could you read tab 4 for me, please?
This one is tab 4 is from Lisa Kirby, dated June 18th. Tell them the decision is imminent, and they'll be the first call. It'll be the first call you make.
And the bottom part of tab 4, please, Mr. Henry.
Same day, Oshawa base, I'm being confronted by two Flahertys, Chris Alexander, and several candidates at an event.
Tab 5 is the picture. We've already talked about tab 6.
Actually, can I comment on this picture?
Absolutely.
This was a great day to celebrate Ornge coming to Oshawa. The two gentlemen in the uniforms are from Durham Region Medical Services. This was a good event. There's actually a quote in here on the press release from Richard Armstrong that talks about the importance of Ornge coming to Oshawa and what it will do for the entire Durham region. Also, just so you know, that we were aware of the union's involvement in wanting it to be located in the Durham area as well. They had sent us a series of information. This first came on onto my weather channel per se from the employees of Ornge. That's how I first heard about Ornge and what was going on. So, do you want me to go to tab 6 now?
Tab 6 we've already been through, Mayor Henry. It was the exchange between Mr. Potter and myself.
Yeah, it is, and that's the one that's been contradicted by Tom Lepine. On the page within the document I read earlier, it says Oshawa or Peterborough. We did the analyst. There was a matrix done, and Oshawa was the clear winner. I think that's important to realize. That is in your document. So, assuming everything that I read is true, then that must be true.
And then, of course, at the end of the day, Mr. Lepine did contradict that, saying Dr. Mazza made the decision.
Must be on a different page.
Just a couple more questions. Ornge has publicly stated the decision to move the Oshawa base is now under review. Are you aware of that?
I'm actually aware, and I will tell you that in the document in the back, I've had a conversation. I forget the director. There was a lot to take in and try to absorb, and I've had a conversation with what's going on with Ornge. I'm quite aware of what a great and essential service of the province and talented people that work for Ornge are in the midst of something that is not so nice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if you had any conversations in the last little while with Mr. McCurley?
Mr. McCurley is the new acting chair or director of Ornge.
Acting
Yes, I have.
Chief Executive Officer.
It's documented in the book at the back.
Do you know why Ornge made a decision to put the decision to go to Oshawa on hold?
Well, their decision to come to Oshawa was a great financial decision. They saved a lot of money by buying an existing hangar.
Are you currently in any discussions with Mr. McCurley at this time?
I had a discussion with him. I don't have my date timer with me, but it is written on my desk, I think 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. Mayor Henry, would you be kind enough to get back to committee to give us the date of that conversation?
I can do that off my BlackBerry, I think, right now.
I appreciate that.
I can multitask, so you can
You're a great guy.
Yes, and Mr. Leo, we need another of your committee members, one of the committee members that is on the committee to make the request.
Mr. Zimmer or Ms. Sandals may.
Very well.
Yeah, I'll make that request on
Mr. Zimmer
Leo's
or Ms.
behalf.
Sandals, do you have?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Henry.
Thank you, Chair. I understand a part of the idea out there to get the Ornge located in the community was that the owner of the hangar, the proposed hangar, was going to sell the hangar and then donate the proceeds to so-called capital improvements. Is that correct?
There was a deal that was between the owner of the hangar and the city, yes.
And what was the deal?
I just off the top of my head, I believe it was a commitment to reinvest some money into the airport.
Okay. Who was the owner of the hangar?
I can't remember the last name.
Can you get me that information?
First name is, yeah, I can do that.
All right, thank you. And how much money was going to, proceeds of the sale were going to be developed, donated back to capital improvements?
Well, to apron improvements, I believe it was $30,000.
How much?
$30,000.
You know, when you first got onto this idea of inviting Ornge to locate there.
Actually, before you say invite, Ornge had been to the city of Oshawa to look at the airport in 2009.
All right.
So Ornge already realized that there was an airport in the city of Oshawa. And the discussions go back to that date, and that's in the front of the binder that we gave you.
All right. And so when did you or the city or the municipal officials become aware that in order to get Ornge there, there were some problems or some changes that would have to be made with respect to the airport?
Well,
landing rights and runway distances and all of those other things.
Well, to answer the first part of your question, my first time becoming aware of it was aware when a member of Ornge that was in the union started, I believe it was a phone call, and I can't tell you when, talked about the difficulties for the residents that work for Ornge to commute to Hamilton.
And what about the runway, length of the runway?
The runway have the deal that the package that we have here before Ornge right now deals with a rotary aircraft. The length of the runway does not come into place unless you use planes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And one last.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. So you were in charge or had oversight of negotiating the arrangements with Ornge?
Well, as a mayor of a city, I'm actually in charge of everything that happens at the city, and I take full responsibility for the great work that our staff does each and every day.
And that being the case, how is it that you don't seem to know a great deal about the deal?
Well, first of all, the deal on the real estate deal is between Ornge.
No, but you said you're the mayor and you have oversight over everything.
I don't sell property, sir.
Well, inform yourself of what the gist of the deal was?
I have the basics of some of the deal, yes, but I don't enter into real estate transactions anywhere in the city of Oshawa. Politics should never get into
And what about the
business.
broader aspects of the transaction, of the deal?
I have the knowledge of what was put in the document that's within the binder.
All right, thank you.
So that being the case, could you explain to us, if you have no knowledge of the deal, why it's page 324 of the document you submitted, there are appraisals prepared for Oshawa on the properties are for sale. If you had nothing to do with the financial transaction, then why did the city prepare appraisals of the lots in question?
Well, we own the lots at the airport. We own land at the airport. Our city staff puts together packages for information for the general business community all over the city. In fact, we support our economic development department gathers information on properties that are privately held in the city as well. So when business comes to Oshawa, no matter whether it's the airport or anywhere else.
So why do you then have tear sheets for the Nesbitt Hangar and the Canadian Flight Academy? Those would appear to be things that are owned by other people.
You'll find that there's sheets on everything related to the airport in here.
And
you just told us that you had no knowledge of any of the value of any of this.
I don't interfere with the value of properties at the airport or anywhere else in the city. I've read
No, but you've been telling us you had no knowledge, yet there are city
I've read the
documents
documents
here.
that are
We
here
are-
before you.
Well, then don't tell us you have no
we
knowledge.
are out of time, and if you want to finish off with the response to that question, go ahead, and then we'll move to the opposition.
You know, Chair, thank you. You know, the city of Oshawa, region of Durham is huge. I also look after and chair all the social housing for the region of the Durham. I sit on the police services board. I help manage the money, and I chair the finance section. I'm responsible for those organizations too, but I don't get into the day-to-day operations of police, nor am I allowed. Nor do I get into the day-to-day operations of the social housing in the city of Oshawa.
Okay, and we'll move on to the opposition who would
So
like
I
to
think
start.
I've answered the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cleese?
Thank you, Mayor Henry. First of all, I want to take this opportunity to compliment my colleagues, Christine Elliott and Mr. O'Toole, for advocating for their ridings and advocating for the city of Oshawa to locate the Ornge base there. And I want to compliment you and your staff for having negotiated what was probably the only legitimate deal that Ornge did over the last number of years. And I'd like to ask Mr. Leal if he bought a hunting license for this witch hunt that he and his colleagues are on, because it seems to me that having failed in his lobby of trying to get Ornge to Peterborough, he's now insisting on attempting.
Not at all.
He's Chair. Chair.
Yes. Continue with your question, please.
Mayor Henry, we forgive Mr. Leal.
I forgive him. No.
He pops in and out of these hearings. If you've noticed the Hansard records, he pops in and out every once in a while to make this very point. And we're convinced on this side that it's probably out of a deep sense of guilt for having let his own constituents down in terms of not being able to. Chair, I have the floor. Chair, I have the floor. This is ridiculous.
Okay, let's not make this personal, please.
Well, it's not personal.
If he keeps it up, I'll respond, Mr. Chair. You can count on that.
Mr. Chair, I ask you to take control. Mr. Leal, as you know, is out of order. We listened with great silence here to your attempt to undermine the credibility of Mayor Henry.
Please, if you can continue with your question.
Well, Chair, I'm going to ask you
please just continue
to
with your
assume
question.
your role as Chair and ensure that Mr. Leal allows me to question and make statements when I have the floor.
Go ahead.
I did not interrupt Mr. Leal, and I ask for the same consideration. If Mr. Leal is not prepared to respect this forum, I ask you as chair, to do your part.
Very well, Mr. Please
Thank you.
continue.
With regard, Mayor, to the location, I understand, and by the way, a number of us were lobbied over the course of time regarding this Oshawa base. Most of the lobby actually came from the CAW, TCA, who were advocating on behalf of some 200 employees, 200 staff, on behalf of what they assumed and were distributing to us as MPPs very factual information about the legitimacy and the justification for having the base at Oshawa. And so none of us were surprised when that announcement was made, obviously except for Mr. Leal. I'd like to ask you this. In terms of the location, what were you told was the justification for locating the Ornge base in Oshawa?
Well, actually, excellent question. Thank you. And if you would turn to page, just let me make sure I get the right page. Within the document, and I'm sorry, I may have lost the tab, there's actually a map of the area that shows the Oshawa Airport and where it's located. And beside that is a list of delivery times.
Okay.
I mentioned earlier that I'd gone to school to be a firefighter, not in Canada, but in the United States. And minutes and seconds make a difference. And when you look at the delivery times from the Oshawa Airport through the greater part of southern Ontario, you'll find that the airport makes sense. That you will get faster service not only into Peterborough from Oshawa, but you will to parts of Toronto. The airport is perfectly situated to service 4.4 million residents of the province of Ontario. It makes sense. And sorry if I'm looking for the page, and I did tab it, but I must have knocked the tab off on the way in. But the map is here. There's a pin in the middle of the map that shows you where Oshawa is located. It gives you the travel times and the ranks. It makes sense. In its proximity, for example, this morning, commute times into the city of Toronto are terrible. Any time that you can put someone in need, thank you, it's on page 206. And if you turn to page 206, you will see it's a photocopy of the map, and in the middle, it'll show a pin, it shows Oshawa, it shows the location, and shows the servicing areas for that Ornge would cover from that. When you look at that, that covers a large portion of the population of southern Ontario. It makes sense when minutes matter. You know, this morning I drove downtown, and trying to get downtown today was not easy. Finding a parking spot here was even more difficult. But, you know, my relationship is within I guess Queen's Park is fairly controversial. Each one of you have received more than one email from me or a letter dealing on every issue that happens that's important to the city of Oshawa. I have lobbied you all, including on the 407 and Bill 11, which, by the way, while I'm here, Bill 11 eliminates the ability for businesses in Durham region to get any economic development fund. I'm fairly controversial. Mr. Leal, or MPP Leal, and I do not have the greatest relationship, and that's come forward this morning. When you stop a highway in the middle of Oshawa at Simcoe Street, there's a problem. I'm on the record, and that's well known. The controversy that has gone back and forth today, is directly related to a difference of opinion that we have on the building of the 407, which also impacts about $6 billion of the economy of the province of Ontario. So every year. So
Leo, please let him continue.
Well,
do not interrupt him. Do not
well,
interrupt
now that it's
him.
fair, because he's mentioned it, yes, through lobbying, including contacting all members of this Ontario government, they came to the sense to not run it down a major street through the center of Oshawa that has 3 S-turns in it, and moved it off to Harmony and eventually to the 115. But the announcement in the newspaper said it was going to stop at Simcoe Street. Now, I didn't make that announcement. That announcement was made by somebody in this room. It was in the Peterborough Examiner, and that's how I found out. And since that day, prior to 2010, we have had a difference of opinion. And that has come forward today in the questioning. And you know, and it's troublesome, because I really think that the province of Ontario got the best deal they could possibly get, the most cost-efficient deal, and the greatest service to the residents of Southern Ontario. And you know, I'm sitting here and I'm taking it, and I'm getting a little annoyed that this has become personal. It's not about the business of healthcare any longer. You know, it goes back to the pilots and the paramedics and all those people that work for Ornge that do a great job each day. And it's about our staff at the city that put together a great deal. This is a good deal where money has been saved. And you know what? It might be the best deal that Ornge has ever done.
That's my opinion as well, and thank you for clarifying that. And it certainly gives us, on this committee, an insight into Mr. Leal's intrusions into this committee over the last number of hearing dates. I'd like to pass on to my colleague, Mr. Ouellette, for the balance of our time, Chair.
Mr. Ouellette.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Your Worship, for coming in today. A couple of quick questions. During the process, I'm not sure if you're familiar, my understanding was that the staffing issue was very key for the decision-making process in regards to Ornge location. Do you have any background or information that you might be able to inform on how the impacts would take place should it be located outside Oshawa or the region of Durham?
Well, you know, I can only comment on what I've heard about the ability to get pilots back to their home base at the end of the day, and travel time and that sort of thing. And a majority of their employees live within the boundaries of the Durham region, so it just made sense. But
so my understanding was that one of the key concerns was that if it had been located outside the region of Durham, that it would require all staff to relocate their housing as compared to where they're living currently.
My understanding is it would have been difficult for some members of the staff.
And staffing is a very key issue, as you mentioned, about the hard work that these individuals do. What's the current relationship that you have with Ornge?
I believe we're on hold, that we don't really know where it is going. Our hopes is that they continue to come to Oshawa to bring a medevac service to Oshawa. That's what this package that we've talked about today that's in here, those documents talk about great health care.
So when you're saying you're on hold and you want to ensure they stay there, it sounds like the relationship isn't quite... there's some rocky fields there, possibly something's muddying the water there, that they're looking at potential relocations?
Well, I don't think it's anything, there is no problem with Oshawa, and the plan is just. The reasons make sense. I think the problem is the overall picture of what has gone on. It is a problem, and you know, in the end, it'll be a great made-for-TV movie, because eventually it's all going to come out.
So effectively, the concern is that the services that are provided by Ornge may not continue in the future from what we're hearing now, or they're possibly looking at locating possibly to another area, say even Mr. Leal's riding?
In all fairness, related to Ornge, I'm not sure they know what they're doing yet. I know that they're trying to get to the end of a long process to make it work. But air ambulance is essential to the health care of the province of Ontario. You know, in today's day and age, and traffic congestion being what it is, accidents happen, whether it's something in Collingwood or something in Kingston. People need, and we have great doctors, great medical facilities in Ontario. I like to think the best health care in the country is located within the boundaries of Ontario. This is exciting. Making it work is even more important. This is going to be a great project for whoever fixes it and makes it go forward, because the business case is there that we need an air ambulance service. I don't know what, after this process is done, what that will be, but it is essential that we have an air ambulance service in the province of Ontario.
And effectively, some of it is, there appeared to be some confusion regarding the runway length as compared to a super base requiring fixed wing as opposed to a helicopter.
Yeah, well,
and Oshawa was located as a helicopter base.
Yes.
All right. So that kind of ended that, because there was no discussion about any other requirement to accommodate fixed wings during the discussions, as far as you know.
Well, in the overall package, part of it they did talk about fixed wing, but the end result is what is happening in Oshawa. It is a medevac base for a helicopter.
Okay. Just in closing, I want to congratulate you on being successful over competing communities to bring Ornge to our community on behalf of acting in the best interests of the people of the region of Durham. Thank you, Chair.
Very well. Now, we have not used all the time. There's half an hour left. Is it the unanimous consent of the committee to use that time up?
No. You said no. So then we're done.
Okay, then we are done. So thank you very much for coming in this morning. Appreciate you taking the time and bringing along all your documents this morning as well.
Thank you, Chair.
And we're recessed until 1 o'clock. One, two, three. I can call this meeting to order then, and our first witness for the afternoon is Mr. Jim Feeley, Vice President Aviation from Ornge. Mr. Feeley, welcome. And just to confirm that you have received the information about a witness coming before the committee?
Yes, I did.
Very well. And our clerk will have you do either an oath or affirmation.
So the Bible's in front of you there, Mr. Feeley. Mr. Feeley, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this committee touching the subject of the present inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Very well. And if you want to do an opening statement, please.
I do not. I'll just take questions.
Okay, then we'll have now half an hour for each caucus, starting with the Liberal caucus. So go ahead. Who would like to go first? Ms. Sandals.
Yes. Good afternoon, and how do you do, and welcome to Public Accounts. We were talking about the Oshawa Airport. Actually, before we start here, could you just describe a little bit of what your role is at Ornge so that we all understand?
As the VP of Aviation, I'm responsible for and the accountable executive to the air carrier. Essentially, now we're both air carrier certificates and the approved maintenance organization. So I'm the overriding principal person within the Ornge group right now, responsible for the aviation side of the business.
So it would be the.
Sorry, can you pull your mic?
Certainly, yeah.
Mic
absolutely.
a little bit closer. Just
there we go.
Real close, but a little bit closer.
Is that better?
I think that probably is.
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
This would be then oversight of the actual air bases, the maintenance, the actual aviation aspects. You're the person who would deal with Transport Canada in
Correct.
terms of that sort of regulation.
Yes.
I'm understanding
Yes, that's true.
that properly. Could you tell us then what was your particular responsibility with respect to the decision to award the Oshawa Municipal Airport with an Ornge satellite base?
So at that time, I was not in that decision role. That would be Rick Potter as the COO at the time that decision was made.
So, sorry, we're still having trouble hearing you.
I'm sorry. I'll get closer then. Speak up a bit. That better? Yep.
So at that point, you would have reported to Mr. Potter?
Correct.
And he would have had more direct
Yes, he was definitely
responsibility.
he would have been the signatory on that decision.
Okay,
yes.
but you would have had some knowledge of what was happening at the time. Can you explain to us what was it that led Ornge to be looking for some sort of an air base in Eastern Ontario? What was the original rationale for looking?
Firsthand, again, I was not, and I was not really, I guess my short answer would be I don't know. I was not directly involved in that decision as to why.
Okay.
Now, I do know that there was a desire, and I don't know the reason for the desire, is to, once the Hamilton decision was made, to look at either Peterborough, Oshawa, or something east of the city. But that's the extent of my knowledge.
Okay, so this was, so just so we can get this for Hansard, the operation was out of Toronto. Some of the operation was going to move west to Hamilton, so there was, for whatever reason, some need to look at a base east of Hamilton.
There was an initial decision to move to Hamilton, to move the GTA facility out of there to Hamilton, and then it was a subsequent decision to move somewhere in the east of the Greater Toronto area.
Okay. And what do you have any knowledge of what type of base you were looking to establish? How many aircraft? How many paramedics? Now, I understand you don't have responsibility for paramedics, but what sort of a base were you looking for?
I'm going to decline. I don't know, and it would be hearsay, whatever.
Okay.
So I don't have any. I was not directly involved in the decisions. No.
And you've already alluded to the fact that Peterborough and Oshawa were in the running. Are you aware whether there were any other airports in the running, or it was just basically?
No, I have in my office a binder that supports the decision of those two bases, but that's the extent of it. I have it. So whether they excluded any others, I don't know.
Okay. And it's my understanding that in the early stages, at least, that Peterborough was given some of the documentation that I think the committee has seen as well, that Peterborough seemed to have the most check marks.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I have the final decision matrix on the scoring and on the actually the process that was done. Whether there was an early runner, I don't know.
Okay. Could you just repeat? You said you were involved in the final scoring.
No, I have the final document as the people that have left. Now that
you've inherited,
I've inherited the final paperwork.
Okay.
And having reviewed it slightly, I mean, I've looked it over, and it seems to be complete in terms of the process is there. It's all there, and the only discussion is around Peterborough and Oshawa, and there was no biases as far as I could tell.
Okay. And now, this is where I think we're having a problem, because we're getting into conflicting testimony amongst the various players. Mr. Lapine, I believe, testified to issues around landing and takeoff curfews at Oshawa, availability of instrument landing, the shortness of the runaway, some noise issues. Do those deficiencies, are they mentioned in the documentation you've seen? Are these the sorts of issues that people were looking at in the ranking in the paperwork you've seen?
Yes.
And those were deficiencies that were noted, at least?
I don't know about deficiencies. They were challenges, and they were scored against one facility against the other, as whether there was minimum qualifications to meet the Ornge requirement, and then if both parties met, then they were scored in their most desirable to least desirable.
Okay, and do you have any recollection reading the document then what the scoring reflected on any of those issues?
No.
As we know, there seems to have been in some of the testimony we've seen, actually interestingly in some of the documents that the mayor provided this morning, there seemed to be some indication that Peterborough had been, at least in the perception of those who were involved in the conversation, that Peterborough was the lead, at least in the early running. There's also I think, a lot of confusion in the testimony that we've seen. I'm going to ask one of my colleagues to hand these bits and pieces of paper over. This is either Hansard or stuff that was delivered to us this morning for my colleagues who are wondering what I just handed over. So the first thing would be if the extract that we had seen from Hansard, where Mr. Potter testified that in the initial mix, and I think just if you could just give him the whole package, Jeff.
Sure. Here you go, sir. Thank you.
And if you look in the exchange between Mr. Leal and...
Can we get that around to all the committee members?
Oh, it's the same one that Jeff handed out this morning.
Thank you.
It's the same package that Mr. Leal handed out this morning. So that's all. Anything I'm referring to here was already tabled in this morning's hearings, Chair, okay? So I'm not introducing anything that wasn't already introduced this morning. So in this exchange, Mr. Potter said, in the initial mix, we were charged with finding the most suitable airport that would operate our Pilatus aircraft, our AW-139 aircraft, and a potential business jet. And according to him, that was the initial thing. If you look at the next document I handed you, for my colleagues, I'm at page 77 of the giant Oshawa document. The mayor presented us this morning with quite a large document of material that Oshawa had on hand. And what I'm referencing here is an email from Stephen Wilcox, who, if you look at the last page, is the airport manager at the Oshawa Municipal Airport. And he's writing to John McKenzie and to Rick Potter, who would have been the people who were more directly involved in the decision.
Correct.
And if you look down towards before, just the last line there before we start with point 1, point 2, he says, in summary, Oshawa offers a number of key advantages over other airport in the Greater Toronto area. And if you look at point number 5 on the second page, he talks about extension of runway 1230 to 5,000 feet and goes on to say in 2009, so this letter is dated December 23rd, 2009. In 2009, Oshawa Airport began a process to examine the potential to extend runway 1230 to 5,000 feet. The timetable for the extension is as follows. A, preliminary examination of land and zoning. Oshawa retained the services of PSMI Engineering in 2009, and they have determined that the extension of runway 1230 to 5,000 feet is feasible within the current airport property limits and airport zoning. The work included a preliminary design. He then goes on to, in point B, get around to the work is expected to be completed by March 2010. Reiterates that March 2010. Sorry, that was preliminary engineering week, March 2010. The business case completed by March 2010, and then goes on to state construction within the timetable established within the business case. And the establishment of a base by Ornge in Oshawa would constitute an immediate business case and would accelerate the construction of the runway extension. So this is the information that Oshawa Airport gave to those responsible for making the decision at Ornge, it would appear. The mayor testified this morning that a runway wasn't really part of the expectation. Although when we look at the document, which I've given you a copy of for my colleagues, it's at page 309, the document on which we have the mayor's signature and Dr. Maz's signature. And if you go to point 4 in that agreement, it's on Ornge. It's got the Ornge logo at the top. So this is dated June 29th, 2011, and when you look over the page, signed by the Mayor Henry and Dr. Mazza. Point 4 says the airport apron improvement, that Oshawa will make a capital improvement in the form of an apron or taxiway, and then goes on to say the maximum cost is $62,000. The mayor's told us today that really this was just a helicopter base. Why would you be committing to possible taxiway? I mean, we've got this initial document saying here we're doing a runway or proposing to do a runway. We've got the actual agreement that's talking about taxiways, which I don't think help helicopters. Do they?
Yes. So
they do help helicopters?
Yes. In the case of this is a little bit, and I'm going to answer it on the fact that I was not in the room in this discussion, but I'll support the question and try and answer it for you. There wasn't a need to improve the building apron or the building taxiway. The connection between helicopters still use, and they still need to fit into the airport traffic. So they still will go to the button of the airport, or button of the runway, that their active runway, and they will use that as their takeoff. Now, mind you, they lift off, basically go in the spirit of that direction to aid in the air traffic control and then they'll be vectored off. Once they're in the air, they're vectored off in the direction they want to go under ATC control and air traffic control.
Okay.
So they still use the runway to aid in just the unit itself. And the connection in the area and the traffic flow around the front of this hangar was weak. So they agreed, and part of the discussion was that they were going to aid in that so that we could get in and out of that building with a greater ease. And they were willing to support that. That's my understanding of it.
So what happened to the beginning of the discussion where fixed wing were contemplated, a longer runway? I take it that fixed wing could land at Peterborough.
I don't know.
No, they can't?
I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, in terms of it's probably not so much in everything. It's not necessarily in the length of the runway. It's more the navigational aids and the off-hour support and fuel availability in the middle of in the off hours. And there are other factors lots of factors considered. Yes.
So what happened that it started out as helicopters and fixed wing and then ended up just being helicopters in the discussion? Why, if initially they were looking for capacity for both helicopters and fixed wing east of Toronto, if, as you're saying in the final agreement, that the taxiway has nothing to do with fixed wing, clearly the agreement they signed doesn't have any reference to extending the runway, and we hear that project's been pretty much put to rest. Why was the decision made then not to have fixed wing capacity east of Toronto? Because if that was the initial search, and then it seemed to disappear.
Again, I'm just trying to help out.
I understand this,
the initial decision was to go to Hamilton, and then there was a request or a desire or an ambition to go east of the city. At that point, it was. If we look at the current model, it's 2 helicopters. There was no plans in terms of Ornge to modify that. So it would have been helicopters, in my opinion. And
so this whole discussion around what was required may have been a bit of a moving target then. Given clearly at one point, it isn't just Mr. Potter's imagination that they were looking for both, because Oshawa is telling them how they're going to get both. And then we have this, for whatever reason, that part of the equation disappeared. The other piece that seems to have been, was there or wasn't there a problem that came up in the testimony this morning, was the area around noise abatement. And there's another document here, which is, again, Jeff, could you hand that over? Again, the mayor had indicated to us this morning that there was no problem around noise sensitivity, but again, in the documents that we've been provided with by the mayor, for my colleagues, again, there's an exchange of emails and materials that goes from about page 80 to 90, and I gave Mr. Feeley a copy of page 81. But you can see this is an exchange around noise, and again, Mr. Wilcox, who is the airport manager, says we're looking at the areas south and east as noise sensitive. No noise concerns north and west of the airport. And I admit to having no particular knowledge of the Oshawa airport, but contrary to what we were told this morning, there does seem to be a section of in looking through this really quickly, there does seem to be a section about noise concerns. Do you have any awareness of whether noise continues to be a concern if Oshawa is used?
As in any airport, there's always sensitivity of noise. I mean, I don't know of any that don't have some sensitivity to noise. So I believe the proposal that was given Ornge exempted us against the curfew and against any noise concerns, I think largely around what I guess would be public service improvement, and they would be seen as acceptable.
Okay. And then just in case anybody thinks that, Jeff, once again, sorry, just in case anybody thinks that I'm having fits of imagination here about the Peterborough issue, this is a letter that wasn't introduced before, so I've got copies for everybody. This is a letter from Mayor Henry, and it's dated April 26, 2011, and it's addressed to the Regional Chair Roger Anderson and other mayors in Durham Region, and signed by the mayor. Mayor Henry, that is. And in the second paragraph, he's looking for their support in procuring the Ornge base at Oshawa. And he states the Peterborough Municipal Airport is the preferred choice for Ornge at this point. However, Oshawa is still being considered. So that's, the mayor told us this morning he really didn't know much about Peterborough, but clearly that he's reflecting that he did know it was the preferred choice at one point. What I guess we're struggling with is by June 30th, 2 months later, we have Dr. Mazza and Mayor Henry signing this agreement 2 months later, and we're trying to figure out what changed in that people seem to agree Peterborough was preferred, but yet 2 months later we have an agreement for Oshawa. Is anything about what happened there reflected in the paperwork? Can you find, is there any paper trail about how it got from Peterborough being preferred to Oshawa being the signed base within a 2 month period?
No.
So there's nothing in the paperwork in the files you've
in fact,
received?
I'd have nothing to support that Peterborough was preferred.
Yeah.
So that would be hearsay for me. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, as I say, I'm just tabling what the mayor of Oshawa himself was telling his colleagues at the time. So this isn't me saying it was preferred. Sure. This is the mayor himself saying the other people were preferred.
Understood. No, I'm not to direct the answer to you. Just that this would be. I have nothing to support this. This comment here. Yeah.
So given that you've got, but at any rate, you have there isn't any paper trail of how the decision making evalued on this one.
The decision making is all there. Yes, there's a complete binder. There's actually a series of questions and how the evaluation criteria, and there's a scoring matrix, and it was scored, and the winner was Oshawa. So it's all there. As to whether there was any, front runners, or there's nothing to support that either one of them had any, kind of.
And then I
precedence.
guess maybe. When you look at the situation today, because I take it that this all sort of got put on hold.
Correct.
And I'm not asking you to preempt announcements, but what sort of decision-making and analysis is going on now then? Because we've got Hamilton, Oshawa, Toronto, Peterborough obviously still has some interest. So how is the decision making
So there was
process?
a pullback, as you said. There was a pullback when there was a change at the board. So we've now moving forward. From beginning of this year, we status quo, and now we looked at the assets that were available and basically white papered moving forward, what are the best opportunities for the taxpayers' dollars going forward in light of what's already been committed to. That review's been done, and it's currently in front of the board, or will be in front of the board this week, I believe.
Okay, so you obviously there were acquisitions in here of property, of capital.
Yes.
So you're going to have to take those acquisitions into account.
Correct.
When you
We'll
sort
do
out.
the net present, the NPVs on each of the assets that are already in commitment. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll obviously all be awaiting where you end
Sure.
up with interest. I want to talk about how Ornge has evolved, because you've obviously been, as you said, you're now the most accountable executive in terms of the air operations part of it. So it would be interesting to get your observations. Over the past 7 months or so, you've had obviously a tremendous amount of public scrutiny over Ornge. Every time you turn around, someone's looking over your shoulder, which
I would agree.
Must be rather a difficult situation for the employees. Can you give us a sense of the impact on the good people at Ornge who are trying to deliver the service that they're contracted to deliver? Can you give us a sense of what it's like trying to do your work and have everybody looking over your shoulder?
In fairness, I mean, absolutely, it's been difficult, and absolutely, we've probably suffered from attrition, I'll say, across the ranks in terms of people not certain as to the longevity of the whole the project at large. As far as the professionalism of each of the back office or the support staff, the non-unionized support staff, the AMEs and the pilots, it's completely professional. They've tried to and worked hard to divorce themselves of the I'll say noise that largely they had no involvement with at all, and we were given a mandate to complete tasks, and we've done those tasks, and we just move forward. So the professionalism of the group as a bunch of professionals has been above, and it's, to your point, it's been difficult, but it's still we're still doing well.
So the professionalism is there, and people are working very hard to maintain the professionalism. I'm assuming that it's taking a personal toll on them to some degree, looking at the storm clouds that are always swirling.
I can only
them.
assume, yes.
So anyway, we thank you for and relay this to your staff that we appreciate. It's been very difficult, and we thank them for their continued professionalism.
I will share that. Thanks.
You've had new leadership at Ornge, obviously, quite dramatically different leaders in the last 7 months. How have things changed for people who are, obviously in senior positions, but also the frontline staff that would be reporting to you? How have things changed with the change in leadership for you?
Probably twofold. I mean, two things have happened. We've had the leadership change within Ornge itself, the board and I would say the most senior executive staff have changed. So there's been a change and a refocus. I don't know what best word to use there, but a refocus on what the objective is. Secondly, we've changed. A big part of the aviation business is the actual vendor, and we've changed helicopter vendors in the interim. So there's been two large changes, and it's hard for me to differentiate which in any given event or any different concern is which is which in terms of a change of the actual employer for many of these employees, as well as the change in the over and governing structure of the company itself. So does that answer your question?
For the people who changed employer, when did that actually happen?
It was a progression. We began on January 13th for the rotary wing staff, for both the AMEs and the pilots. We began transitioning away from the legacy supplier into the Ornge operating certificate and aircraft maintenance organization as of January 13th, and that progressed right up to the March 30th for the last day, of which April 1st was the expiry of the contract.
Okay, so you are actually still then having employees transitioning to you that have only been at Ornge as the employer for a month or 2 months?
Correct. Since April 1st would be definitively since April 1st, everybody's been over in our employ. Yeah.
So it's quite understandable that you're saying that you're having so many different transitions that it's very, very challenging then to be going through all those different things at the same time. Do you have?
You're on your last minute.
Okay. I was just going to say, recently I understand that Mr. Farr, Mr. Jaguar, and Mr. Howard have been brought in at the executive level. Have you had an opportunity to work with any of these gentlemen?
Each one, yes.
Good. And how have they been positive additions to the organization?
Absolutely positive to each individual, absolutely, and they're very supportive, and it's been a great, it does two things for us. It brings in another level of support for the actual team that are doing the work, and it brings in another opinion on how things can be done or could be done.
So it brings you a new view.
Move to the opposition.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Cleese.
Thank you. Mr. Feeley, who has oversight for air in Ontario?
It's federally. There's two in Ontario. It's the Ministry of Natural Resources has been given the standards governance by the Ministry of Health.
Can you tell us, has the MNR audited Ornge recently?
Yes, twice.
And what was the result of that audit report?
We only have an official result from the fixed wing review that was done some 13 months ago. We have a few findings from Mr. Wong, and we have yet to receive the final results of the rotary wing review that was just finished some very few months ago. I have preliminary results, mind you, but nothing official.
Did you discuss with Mr. Wong the possibility of making that audit public?
Sorry.
In any context?
I believe, Mr. Cleese, that it probably is public. I mean, when he produces it, I can only assume that. I mean, it's his document, but I can only assume that it is, being that it's in the Ontario public sector, that it is public. I can only assume.
Did you express any concern to Mr. Wong at any time about him making that audit public?
No, I have no issues with that.
Can we, it would be helpful if the committee could receive both the draft and the final reports of that audit report.
Of the most recent?
Yes.
I'll provide you anything that he's given me, for sure.
Thank you very much. How many helicopters does Ornge own now?
12 AW-139s, 11 Sikorsky S-76s.
And how many of those helicopters are, can I use the term activated, that are on standby for service?
Yeah, so in-service machines are 10 AW-139s and 6 SK-70 or S-76s.
And how many, is that the ideal complement of helicopters on standby for the mandate that Ornge has?
Currently, yes.
And how many helicopters does that, how many rotorcraft pilots would it take to fully staff those, I guess it's 16 helicopters?
So it's not, the pilot staffing is not directly related to the number of units that are out there. It's more in terms of the number of bases we're serving, or the line, the flight line days that we're actually servicing. So that's
full
more
staffing of all of those bases.
On the rotary wing side, ideal number we're shooting for right now is 80.
80?
Yeah.
And how many are on staff now?
76.
76. And when do you expect to be up to full staffing?
End of July.
And are those pilots of that 76, they are all active frontline pilots?
Yes.
Okay. Are any of those pilots on leave for any reason?
Yes, 4 of them are on leave, but varying times to return. I mean, it's some of them are on
Yes, I can't really tell you when they'll return. I don't have any ones that are kind of an indefinite leave, but they're just whenever they're ready.
We've had reports that a number of pilots have left.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, how many pilots would have left, say, within the last 4 months?
I can answer that. When we initially did the transition period from, as I said earlier, from January through April, we had 12 that did not transition over or chose to not join us. So there was a total of 12 out of the complement of 80 aircraft, 80 pilots at the time that were working for CHL. 12 chose not to join us.
And what would the reason be that they chose not to transition?
Again, that's speculation on my part. I believe that. And you'd have to verify this, that 6 of them stayed with the company, the previous vendor, and 6 chose just not to come with us, and I don't know why.
Were you involved in the decision to bring the helicopter operations in-house?
No. That was made before I joined, yeah.
Who did? Who was kind of the brains trust behind that plan?
I can't answer that. In terms of, I honestly don't know as to who was the impetus behind, who was kind of making that decision. I don't know, because I was there just prior to my arriving. They had agreed to purchase the AWs and the PC-12s. The insourcing decision and the desires to do that, I don't know, because it was just too far in front of my arrival.
We've had testimony here from former employees of Ornge.
Sure.
I speak of Mr. Tom Rothfels, for one, who has some extensive experience in aviation.
Yes.
He was very forthright with this committee in saying that he felt it was a huge mistake. He felt that, based on his observations, that the Ornge operation just simply did not have the core competency to do both, to manage an aviation business that, as he put it, is very complex. The dimension of maintenance, as well as overseeing the ownership and then the staffing and all that goes with the aviation sector, he felt that this was not a wise decision. And his recommendation, as a matter of fact, to this committee was that on a go-forward basis, that what should be very seriously considered is that the aviation part of Ornge's operation be divested. And he recognizes the fact that the purchase has now been made, and how do you deal with the hardware, right? And his suggestion was that one option was to lease back to an aviation company that has the depth of experience and essentially revert to the former standing offer agreement type of relationship with an aviation company. We're very desperate to find a solution here. It's not about simply talking about who made all of the wrong decisions.
Sure.
In terms of going forward, it's essential for us to hear from people like yourself who are willing to look at this factually and objectively and say, look, if in fact a decision was made that was wrong, rather than continue to go down this road and force something that may cause even further problems, should we be looking at this as an alternative? I'd be interested in your opinion.
Okay, so differentiating from the decision that's been made, I mean, I think that's where you're at.
Yes.
The decision has been made. So I do, and I can't support Mr. Rothfeld's comments in that there would be a desire or a need, other than I understand maybe where he's coming from in terms of it's potential we should look at that in terms of, to be fair, I mean, we have to look at the overall what's best for the taxpayers' dollars in terms of not only costs, but the all elements of the business. Can Ornge, or is Ornge operating as a viable airline? I'll support yes, and that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm willing to defend. We can talk about this some more, but I'm more than happy to say that the airline is functioning well, and it really, I don't see at this point the advantage in reverting. In terms of, I'd be quite interested in hearing what would be what we're doing that's substandard currently, or B, what the advantage would be in going to any other supplier.
Well, I guess nobody will know under the current structure. First of all, the decision to bring the aviation business in-house was made unilaterally. There was no public tendering of that service, and we don't know, quite frankly, whether or not we're getting the highest efficiency and whether we're getting the bang for the buck. Mm-hmm. And so I think at the very least, we would owe it to the taxpayers to say, given where we are, yes, a decision's been made, but it's not irreversible. And rather than continuing to go forward with what may be a faulty business plan, conceived by one Dr. Christopher Mazza, who, as we look at the trail that he's left us, isn't exactly giving us a great deal of confidence that his plan was the best one. And so some of us think that it may well be an appropriate thing to do, given where we are, to say, look, let's look at that option. Let's put it out to an open, public, transparent tender process and see what the results of that would be. What harm would there be in at least taking that step?
I guess we'd have to look at the merits of insourcing versus outsourcing first. I mean, I think there needs to be some evaluation of just a different models. I mean, I've come from an environment where my previous 20 years with the Prime Minister's Office of Machines federally, with the Coast Guard. In any airline, there's constant discussion as to what's the best model in any aspect of the business, and it can be entirely the whole business, it can be portions of the business, and you constantly make that decision whether insourcing is the most, from a safety perspective, from the responsiveness of change to labor relations to the actual cost bottom line dollar. So there's several considerations in that business decision, and I'm sure I've left some out. So I mean, there's lots of elements to it. So I mean, I think it's a leap to say the outsource is the solution. I think it needs to be studied, or maybe some discussion given around what the right model would be in the first place, and then decide on if that decision were to consider outsourcing, then you'd have to look at the cost to do that versus the insourcing.
Mr. McCurley, shortly after he took over at Ornge, made reference to a cost review that he said showed that Ornge could provide the services for less than Canadian helicopters, for example. Have you seen that cost review?
We have our budget finalized now, yes, and I can confirm that we are not spending any more money this year than we spent last year. So that's a $0 difference over the CHL.
Mr. McCurley made reference to a specific cost review. Do you know what he was referring to when he said that?
I can't say, and I don't know in what context he would say that, Mr. Cleese. I mean, a little bit out of position here a bit. If he was saying empirically that he was going to do a cost review, I haven't been involved in that cost review because we would have had to had completed some comparators. I don't recall comparators being done.
Yeah, and I would expect that would have been done, and so he's referring to this cost review as historical. What I would ask you to do is to present to this committee, if you would undertake to do that, that document, that cost review that was undertaken by Ornge. It'd be very interesting to see that. You mentioned the budget, and there's a copy of a budget document in front of you that purports to be a balanced budget for this year. Can you tell me, since this budget document was prepared, are we on track still for a balanced budget at Ornge based on no increase in funding from the Ministry of Health?
Yes.
And that's based on the most recent quarter?
Keeping in mind, we're from when the time this is, I don't know if there's actually a date of execution on this, but this is fairly fresh. So it's probably a little unfair of you and you and I to agree that we're on budget. I mean, it's early in the fiscal year, and so I'd say, and being involved in a big part of it, yes, I'm on budget. I have no concerns at this point.
I don't want to get too technical here, but I'd like you to help me with something, because I'm sure with your aviation responsibilities, you would have had input into this budget, and specifically with regard to the maintenance costs. And my understanding is that when maintenance costs are budgeted, that you also budget for residual costs. In other words, you anticipate, these are new with regard to the AW139s, these are new machines, and while you may not be incurring the specific maintenance cost this year, there is a requirement and a standing understanding within the aviation industry that you apportion for each unit a certain number of maintenance hours and costs, rather. Can you tell me what has been allocated as residual maintenance costs under this budget?
In this budget, nothing. And I'll explain. We're still under warranty for another 18 months in these aircraft, so within this budget influence, there is no. The AW is fully under warranty on all levels, basically, on the avionics suite, on the engines, and on the airframe.
My understanding is,
if I may, but we totally understand and recognize your point, in that we are concerned about how we do allocate funds going forward into the anticipated non-warranty period. So there are a couple of options we're exploring in how we're going to manage that. But in this budget, we chose to purposely ignore it for now, because one of the considerations is, does Ornge have the ability under the broader sector guidelines to allocate funds to carry year over year? Because this is the concern. This is what we'd like to do, is be able to do that, and we don't know what mechanism there is, if any, in place to do that. So that's something we're exploring.
Mr. Feeley, I asked that question because I noticed that intentional entry, which amounts to millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This is not a balanced budget. I have serious concerns that the same approach to budgeting is being taken by the new management as we had under the old management. This is not accepted accounting principles. Anyone who understands the aviation industry sees through this budget. I have serious concerns. I was hoping, in response to Ms. Sandel's question, that we would in fact have a new day here, that we have new executives, we have new people at the helm, and now we're fed this document that tells us we're on track for a balanced budget and millions of dollars are left unaccounted for. How do you explain that, or how can you justify that?
I don't know, if I may. It's a pretty strong accusation you've made there, and I don't know that I've explained to you what was the decision to do this year, and I have to say this wasn't made unilaterally on my part or in anybody's part in particular. We were required to balance the budget for this year, and we did, and recognizing, to your point, the risks going forward. Now, there are lots of options in how we manage that going forward.
Mr. Feeley, I have such serious concerns about that. Yes, you're right. At some point, someone's going to have to pay the piper. But wouldn't it be appropriate under the circumstances that we're in now? We have an auditor's report who has already told us that in preparing his report, numbers were fudged. We had an admission from the senior vice president that he was fudging the numbers regarding the number of patients.
We are starting to tread the line on matters that perhaps the OPP and others may be looking at when we start framing questions in terms of frauds and that sort of thing.
Goodness,
very careful.
Chair,
Continue.
you know, Mr. Zimmer should just take a look at this document where the senior vice president admitted in writing that he was directed to fudge the numbers for the number of patients that they were carrying. Now we have Mr. Feeley telling our committee that they intentionally left out millions of dollars of costs that should have been entered into this budget so that we have a budget, a balanced budget.
Let Mr. Feeley answer, please.
Yes, no, I can't permit you to leave that on the record at that context. There was nothing fudged, there was nothing altered or padded, or use whatever term we want to use. We consciously totally get what you're saying,
okay,
and we're going to manage that going forward. But that's what.
But it was a conscious decision not to include those costs.
To balance the budget.
Yes.
This year, we had to balance the budget, so yes, we balanced the budget. I don't believe that anybody, and myself included, we will work this out going forward.
Okay.
But without any...
Chair, how much time do I have left?
You have 9 minutes.
Mr. Feeley, I'd like to focus on the medical interiors.
Sure.
Mr. Farquhar, when he was here, testified that you had responsibility for the medical interiors from an aviation perspective. Is that correct?
I will take responsibility for that, yeah.
You told us that you went to Switzerland to help oversee the designing of the interiors. You were on that trip.
Yes, I was.
And on that trip, what exactly was your role?
Technical compliance, basically. My objective was to ensure that any of the safety equipment, egress issues, weight and balance in terms of that the medical community or the medical group that we were in AV or airworthiness compliance. And secondly, I was there to, once they agreed on a build, then I was there and understood the build, and as they went into the actual production side of it, that we could comply with what the intent was.
All right, and then you signed off on the design. It went into the build mode, and what went wrong? Because once it got back here, we heard that there were then complaints from paramedics. They could not, apart from storage issues for medications and so on and other things, they couldn't even conduct CPR properly. And we have this report that enumerates many, many cases, and I'm sure you've seen this report, where paramedics insisted on not accepting a patient on board. They were then transferred by land ambulance and so on and so forth. Many things went wrong. What happened?
Mr. Cleese, honestly, from a technical compliance perspective, my job in going there, and actually to the point that when I saw the process, I thought it was, from my perspective, on the technical side, well done, and at the end of the day, we delivered a good product on time, on budget. So as to what went wrong on the medical clinical side, I don't know what the oversight was, and I'm sure Mr. Lapine and Mr. Farquhar probably addressed those questions.
So Mr. Farquhar testified that after determining that there were problems, you helped him work out an exemption.
Yes.
With Transport Canada, and that took about a year. In the meantime, there was full knowledge that there were problems. Where do we stand now on that?
So just to clarify, I mean, we began. It didn't take a year to get the exemption. It took some time, admittedly, because it did happen at the same time that the larger story broke, and it did cause Transport Canada to be extra diligent. So that did add to their process, and fair enough. We had received it in February. That exemption is good until February of this coming, several months from now. There's a phased-in approach to this, in that we recognize that a full refit or generation 2 of the interior will take longer than what's remaining in the year exemption. So they're
what's the
putting
implication now to patient care of those faulty interiors while we're trying to find out and wait for the full
I believe that the Medical Advisory Committee, Dr. Schwatsky, is quite happy with the interior in this exemption phase, and I believe in the interim solution, as I think the language we're using internally, the interim solution is quite satisfactory as well. In fact, I think the interim solution will be somewhat, not to get ahead of the process, but I think the interim solution is somewhat where they're heading on the final solution.
The family of a patient who died as a result of a stretcher jamming in that interior would probably not consider it a very adequate solution. Would you agree? You're familiar with what I'm referring to.
Mm-hmm.
The incident on May 17th of this year,
mm-hmm.
Where a patient could not be extricated from the helicopter because of the stretcher jamming. What we have now is a situation where, because of those faulty interiors, we have patients dying, certainly at risk.
Chair, just continue.
Chair, Mr. Zimmer, it's not a hypothetical issue at all. Look at your report. If you get up early enough to read it, you'd know that it's right in the report.
Yes, okay.
Well,
if we can limit the discussion.
I don't know what you do with your time, but you come in here and you haven't read the basic reports.
Mr. Please.
Come on. It's not ugly. It's just factual. My point.
Let's continue
my
with.
Point is simply this. My point is simply this. We have a situation in this province today where we have helicopters that are not adequate to meet the needs of patients. And my question, where I was going, Mr. Feeley, with this question is very simply this. How long will it take to resolve this issue, and at what cost? We've paid about $6 million now for those customized interiors. Where now? How long do we wait? How much more will it cost us to get it right?
Okay, so we've made several comments here, so I'm going to try and get through this. I think that the configuration where that, if I can cite your example that you've said there about the patient, that outcome is really very little, if any, result of the medical interior. I mean, it was in a transverse position. It was a loading, unloading scenario. So the configuration in terms of troubles with the CPR and the high Fowler, in that configuration, that stretcher jamming was a resultant of just that. I mean, it was a mechanical failure or a mechanical breach of the system. So, and I'll argue that.
Is that acceptable?
Any system that we have out there, whether it's an air ambulance or whether it's a land ambulance or any mechanical device, I think is it acceptable? Absolutely not. In terms of we do everything in our power to prevent these things from happening, but we have to recognize the business that we're in terms that we're dealing with pieces of equipment that may let us down at times. So is that a design flaw? And that's where I'm going with this. Was it a design flaw, that particular event? I'll argue no. In fact, as we always do, I'll go back to one of the comments we made earlier, the internalization of the aviation side of the business, we can react to and observe and study these things firsthand. We don't have to work through a vendor, which seems to help us in terms of our results. So we've investigated that particular incident already, and we've come up with what we think is the most probable, repeatable cause of that, and we've put changes in place already. So let's go back to your question earlier. I think it does aid us in that there's no intermediary there. So we have to put a change in place. So was it a design flaw? I'll say if the fix we have is actually it works for us, and that's yet to be seen. We've only had it in place for a couple of weeks now, and we'll see. And we haven't had a repeat since we've made that change. So I'll argue that it was something we've fixed. And again, it's a piece of mechanical thing, so we need to work through these discovery and rectifications.
How long?
You have a minute left. 1 minute.
Just how long and at what cost do your best estimate, to get those medical interiors right?
The RFPs for the interim and the final, Mr. Cleese, are just going out, I believe, and I think it's in circulation, and the desire is to expedite this and get them out. But we don't, I'd be hard-pressed to give you a dollar value because we haven't received any return quotes on actually this, the time-wise. I can talk about time, what the desired time is, but the cost I can't really comment on because we just don't have any feedback from the suppliers
And what
yet.
is the time?
So we have we're recognizing build lead times to whatever the chosen supplier is for the interim. We recognize that February is an absolute. The Transport Canada has told us they will not renew this exemption, which is fair. So we have till then to get at least an interim solution in place. In the meantime, in parallel to that process, we're working towards the final solution as well. So not to let one piggyback on the other, we are working in parallel. So the interim solution will be in place within, again, it's a little bit contingent on the builders, because that seems to be the long lead is the build time on this equipment. So it will be a matter of very few months into this fall, I would say, long before the exemptions expired. And
have any of those costs been built into the budget?
It is in the budget, yes.
How much have you allocated?
And we're out of time.
If we could just let him finish.
Maybe perhaps the NDP will follow up on that question. Go ahead.
Sure, if you have the number or if you know where it is, how much have you allocated?
Do you mind if I look?
Not at all.
I don't want to make a number up that
No.
somebody will
Go
come
ahead.
back. So if you want to go ahead, I can just, while I'm looking here, this is in the operational budget, and actually the other budget is the capital budget, and that's where the money is actually sitting for the allocation is. And not to make numbers up, it's $1 million, something like that, right now. Yeah. I could follow. But probably best if I follow it up. That's a better approach.
Very good. And pleased to meet you, and thank you for coming to Queen's Park. You've been with Ornge for a number of years.
Yes.
Can you tell me where you started, how you moved through the rank, and how your responsibility changed over that period of time?
Just with Ornge?
Correct.
Yes, I was hired as when the decision, I guess, and I'm at the very beginnings of the desire to insource the fixed wing and ultimately the rotary wing operation. Was brought in to basically get the aviation corporation or the air operating certificate and ultimately the AMO certificate approved. So I was brought in as one of the early members of the team on the technical ops side to actually get the Transport Canada approvals for first of all was the air operating certificate for the fixed wing, or better put, the PC-12s.
And that was the year?
That was 2008 that began.
Okay, in 2008?
Yes.
And you became VP as
two years later, thereabouts.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what was your relationship to Rick Potter?
Throughout, up until just recently, Rick was always at the time he was, don't hold me to this, I believe he was the VP of aviation in the early days. And at some point he moved up to the COO of aviation. And don't hold me to when that happened, but somewhere in there. And then Rick's workload became such that they wanted to have a VP of aviation, so I competed for that position and won it.
So would you report to Mr. Potter?
Oh, throughout, yes.
Throughout? Okay.
Yes.
Is Mr. Potter still at Ornge in any capacity?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When was his last day? When did he leave?
That was between him and the CEO and the interim CEO. But I'll say March sometime. But I honestly don't know.
Okay, but he's not there no more?
No, he's not.
Okay. And how does your role differ since Mr. Potter is not there no more?
It didn't. I was responsible under Rick's time towards the last Mr. Potter. I should be more specific under Mr. Potter's term there. That I was a VP of aviation, responsible for basically what I am now. Rick, with the company the way it was structured in the last year or so, with the kind of the divestment of their interests, he was divested around, and I was responsible for basically the air carrier and the MO side. So once that that part of the business fell away, it just fell back to the core business, and that's what I'm responsible for.
Okay, so for the last 2 years, you've held the position and the title of VP of Aviation.
Correct.
And basically, your responsibility have changed in the sense that you brought fixed wing and then you brought rotary wing
Yes.
in-house to become a aviation provider.
Yes.
And this has all fallen under your responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. And at the time, you said that you applied for, the position was open and you applied for it, is that it?
Oh, I want to back up a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
The accountable executive throughout that process, through the air operating certificate approvals, was Rick Potter. So there is an accountable executive position that Rick held, which is a overall governance and that the corporation must assign, and Rick Potter was assigned that governance. Throughout, though, I was at the working end of the process, if I can say that.
Okay. Coming back to the interior of the interior design of the new AW139. When Mr. Potter was here, he made it really kind of distance himself from this. He says he wanted the operation to look at this. He wanted the people on the front line to make those kind of decisions. And he basically pointed at you, as in that it was you were the one responsible for that task. You kind of agreed to it today that he says, sure, I'll take responsibility for that. At the end of the day, given that we have to go to an interim design and what you call, I think, a final interior, anything we've learned, anything like how did we end up needing an interim design and a second generation design so soon after having gotten them in the first place?
I mean, I'll be repeating, I think, what people have already said. I mean, but I'll put it in. I mean, clearly, I mean, some of the medical, clinical issues were probably wrong in saying overlooked, but wrongly analyzed in what was needed. So ultimately, the service delivery is the objective. So if that's short, if it's short in that regard, then we have to fix it. That's all I can say, I guess. I mean, that's really, as I said earlier to Mr. Cleese, that wasn't my purview, really. I mean, I was there to serve a function which we in aviation did largely well. It's unfortunate that the clinical side, it didn't work out.
Okay. So if you are distancing yourself from this decision, like many other people before you did, who was responsible to make sure that the clinical side worked?
Clearly, it's Tom Lepine. He was the CEO of that side of the. I mean, I'll have to share it a little bit. I think the medical, how can I say, the clinical side of the company as well. The medical side of it, as well as the paramedic side of it, were the two teams there that were responsible for that.
So, like when you look back and you say somebody should have caught that, in your mind, that somebody is Tom Lepine and the two paramedics that were on the team?
You're asking my opinion at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That's all I'm asking. We're not going to.
Yeah, I mean, that's sure. I mean, that's the only. I mean, in the team that were basically assigned to do this, they would have been the best to make sure that was not overlooked. So I'd have to say yes.
Okay, so when you talk about the clinical side, that was really the two paramedic, the one from Sudbury and those were the clinical side that were assigned to your team. Was it your team or?
In watching the process, I think it was the medical side of that would determine what procedures were going to be permitted within this vehicle. They provided the scenarios effectively, and the paramedical team were provided or actually exercised the ability to do it. So there was really two sides of it, if you understand where I'm going with that.
Okay, so the clinical side, that would have been physician that says you have to be able to do CPR, you have
Correct.
to be able to do intubation, you have to be able to start an IV, you have to be able to do this and this and that. Then the two paramedics would kind of try it out in the interior design that they were developing?
That's kind of how it went, yes. That's how it went.
Okay. All right. And at the end of the day, Mr. Lapine was the one who made sure that the service side and the aviation and all of this was brought together to all work. The weight and balance would work. The clinical needs were met.
Yeah, he was the executive sponsor for the project, yes.
Did you ever ask for the expertise or the opinion of people within government? You've mentioned that certainly there are quite a bit of expertise that lies with M&R and with design and that kind of stuff. Were they ever brought in or asked?
I mean,
or
under the terms of what we've just been talking about, I don't know. I mean, anybody from the Transport Canada or the M&R, or I mean, you're talking about the Ministry of Health. Is that what you're, or just the M&R?
Both M&R and Health.
I mean, from a technical perspective, I mean, we can talk about any faults, and Mr. Cleese did talk about some faults there, but I mean, what were perceived to be faults. But from the technical side, the areas that I was in Transport Canada, and we did. I mean, Transport Canada approved, or at least accepted, the EASA approval of this interior. But I'll argue, I don't think that's really what's in question here. I don't think the technical aspect of the interior has really been in question at any great length or great extent.
Okay. As you were going through the process of purchasing those helicopters, did you know if the ministry was interested in following this process? Did they ask questions as to where you were at and what was being done and who was doing it?
Ministry of
Health.
No, I'm not aware. I just wasn't in communication that side of it, no.
No. Have you ever communicated with anybody, let's say in government in general? Do you have any contact within government to help you do your work or to...
Federally?
No, provincially.
Provincially. Sorry, I have to be careful because I'm dealing with with the M&R, which is our provincial governance, and Transport Canada, certainly they were well aware of the technical modifications we were doing to the aircraft. So we had constant communication. As far as the clinical side on the Ministry of Health side, no. I had no contact to know whether they were involved or to what extent they were involved.
Okay. So it was clearly on the aviation side, you do have a relationship with the people at the M&R that are in charge of aviation, but didn't go to the health side, which was not your area of responsibility.
Correct.
Okay. And you want to go or? Okay.
Did you ever meet? Did you ever work personally with Mr. Maza?
No.
So, were you aware at any point in time of his salary, or any discussions about that?
No.
Were you aware of anyone's salaries, any other executive salaries?
No.
Okay. In terms of, you've heard the concerns that were raised. I assume that you've been following some of the findings at this committee. Mm-hmm. What, if in your mind, if you could say, it's an opinion, what was the key problem at Ornge, and how can you address that?
Key problem was probably there's two principles. I mean, in terms of, there's been a fair amount of discussion around the medical interiors, which is probably most important to everybody in terms of provided a safe transport for the for the patients. That's so in terms of getting that right, we're working hard towards that. And as to what happened, I mean, we've talked about it a little bit, we have to make sure that the going forward that it is absolutely correct. So that's all at this point. That's what in terms of what Dr. Maza or the senior executive team and that what they were up to in terms of that larger part of the business, which it's been well documented. I don't know. I mean, I have no comment really as to what went wrong there, what their ambitions were ultimately, or it's all, to me, what's come up in this committee and what's in the paper and to the OPP investigation is all hearsay at this point, so I just don't have any comment.
That's fine. In terms of your involvement, did you have any involvement or any knowledge of any of the for-profit side companies?
Probably an awareness, but I had no involvement.
Okay. And you've already answered this, but just to clarify, I mean, in terms of your interaction, you didn't have any interaction with any ministry officials on a regular basis in terms of oversight or providing any feedback of what's going on?
The only involvement I've had, and more so lately, to be honest with you, is on the investigative side. We do have an investigation branch. We worked closely with Rick Brady on the exemption approval. He was actually involved in that. So more so lately, it's been escalating. But really, as far as the day-to-day reporting to the ministry itself, right. To Malcolm Bates' office, no. But only on the investigation side, we do get involved more and more so now.
Okay. And just on the day-to-day side, you weren't involved in it directly. Were you aware of it going on while you were at Ornge? You know, before you've taken over this role as VP of Aviation, but before. When the scandal, if you can call it that, was in full effect. At that stage, were you aware of any regular meetings with the ministry, and did you hear about that as you were working there?
No, it just wasn't in my scope. Sorry,
You never saw ministry people come to Ornge to look at what you guys were doing?
I wouldn't recognize them. Anyway, I mean, but I probably know people now just because of their public. I've seen the faces, but at the time, no, I wouldn't even have known who they were.
Okay, so we find out that Mr. Mazza was interested in offering the type of expertise that had been developed at Ornge to be able to offer air ambulance and offer those services abroad to other countries that may not have the type of medical and aviation skills that was here. Did you know about that?
Certainly. I mean, there was a fair amount of discussion. In fact, there was a whole group of people that were working towards that marketing of that expert, that business design. But they were in the building. I knew largely what they were doing, but in no great detail at all.
So who would have handled the aviation side? I mean, to fly to the States or to fly outside of Canadian airspace, somebody has to know what they're doing. Wouldn't that have been you?
I suppose ultimately, I don't know they had gotten to that point. I think they were still trying to market the concept. I don't know they had actually gone into there was different discussions just in passing as to whether, to go back to an earlier discussion, whether insourcing that or insourcing it or outsourcing it was the right decision, and I don't know how far they had gone on that. So no, we hadn't. Would we have been involved at some point? I suppose, but I think they were still in the conceptual idea of that.
So if you look at where you were, let's say, a year ago today, compared to where you are now, I mean, you now have a new board of director, you now have a new CEO. Rick Potter is gone, a number of Maria Ranzella, a number of people that used to be there, that used to work with, they used to be your colleagues, they're all gone.
Sure.
Is the new leadership, is the new CEO and executive, are they making things better, the same, worse?
Better, no doubt. Yeah,
okay.
No doubt.
What makes you say that?
I guess simply put, it's a focus that we've got a clear focus on what we're trying to achieve here, and I think now that they're working very closely with the Ministry of Health, and I think there's a focus all around, not only at Ornge but also at the ministry. It seems that we've got a service to deliver, and what do we need to do to provide that service the best way possible?
Do you see now, are you in contact with people at the ministry?
Not directly, but there is a morning report that goes over to them, and they do get that in terms of what very repeatable dialogue going back and forth between the ministry and us. Now, I'm involved in providing that information to a communication officer that provides it over to the ministry, and there's dialogue there. But yes.
So what kind of event are you supposed to report back to communications for the daily briefing of the ministry?
Basically, any service impact is largely what we're trying to, I think, at this point. It all stems back to the amended performance agreement, and then there are clear definitions around what's reportable to the ministry, and I think as much as possible. And I know they've been given a period of time to put it in place, but I think we're working hard to try and get that dialogue going immediately.
You figure that in a years from now you'll still be doing daily report, or?
It's our desire that we can automate that, that we doesn't become so manual. But yes, I think it will be. I mean, it's entirely up to the ministries of health, in terms of what level of oversight or scrutiny they want to offer upon us, and certainly I think as we show our ability to do it, they're gonna probably judge or amend their processes accordingly.
One last one. You know that Ornge owns 12 helicopters, although yes. There's only 10 of the AW139s that are in service yes. right now. Have we asked, do you have any opinion as to what we do with the 2 spare ones?
The 2 that are in Coatesville, Pennsylvania are up for sale, and I think my objective or my direction has been given that we will try and get, for being recognizing that it is taxpayers' dollars that it did buy them, or ultimately will buy them through the bond payments. We need to get at least what's invested in them back out. So that's kind of the direction that we're trying to achieve here, and so that marketing process is underway. And as soon as we hit that threshold where we get fair value for them and what's been invested in them, we'll surplus them to get to retrieve the funds.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to take you through just kind of a brief overview of a before and after. I want to look through, you went through and you described some of the type of rotary wing aircraft that we have. You cited some numbers. What I want to just go through in terms of bases, currently how many bases we have up, and on the aviation side in terms of their staffing. And if you can talk about some of the previous bases that we had, and just do a little bit of a comparison. I can walk you through different.
Certainly,
more specific.
Certainly, yeah.
So right now, how many bases in Ontario?
Bases of operation is a little misleading. We have 2 bases that have duplicity.
Sure.
Where we have Thunder Bay and Toronto, which are both. Toronto has 2 helicopters that operate, or 2 line helicopters that operate out of that base, and Thunder Bay actually has 3. Where we have 2 fixed wing assets and 1 rotary wing asset.
Okay, so out of Toronto we have 2.
Yes.
And out of Thunder Bay we have 3.
Correct. 3 from an aviation perspective, we actually have 3. Yes.
Okay, and the rest of Ontario.
Single location, so single aircraft in Sioux Lookout, Kenora, Timmins, Sudbury, London, Ottawa, Toronto, and
okay.
I think I've got everybody. Moosonee, right?
Okay. And now at those single base, where there's a single craft at those
yes.
bases,
single line support.
Single line support.
And often in those at those bases now we have redundancy of aircraft. But as far as crewing support, it's single line. Yes.
Okay. Actually, would you be able to say which areas have 2 craft and which areas have more than 2? I guess.
Toronto has 2
yep.
2 AW139s currently operating with spares right. to support those 2.
Sure.
And we have 2 medical lines in Thunder Bay with 3 assets.
Okay, and the other ones are all single. There's only 1 area.
Everybody else is single. Yes.
Okay.
Single line support.
Okay. Single line of support. Does that mean one aircraft, or does it mean multiple aircraft?
I will say all locations have at least 2 aircraft now.
Okay, perfect. Now, before the shift towards internalizing the aviation,
yes.
how many bases were outsourced to? Are you aware of that?
No change.
No change.
No change.
Oh, so there weren't any additional bases that were being outsourced?
No. When we did the Ornge Global Air, that's the fixed wing operation. We displaced the outsourced vendor in Sioux Lookout and Timmins and Thunder Bay, and we just replaced it.
Okay. So what I was leading you to is just to look at objectively, if you could assess objectively the difference between outsourcing, which was a previous model, and the internalization, if there was a significant difference in terms of the amount of bases that were in operation or the amount of aircraft that were available at any given time?
Say that first part again, the aircraft that were available? I mean,
right, aircraft that were available for any particular, at any given time, how many aircraft were available for Ornge or air ambulance services to provide those services?
So the service delivery to the Ministry of Health has not changed. The only thing that has changed is we have Ornge Air in the in-source model does provide one more line item in Thunder Bay. So there was at one time, by contract, there was one aircraft required by the vendor in Thunder Bay, and currently we supply two on the fixed wing side. Other than that, there's no change.
Okay.
Coming back to the interior design, I mean, now that we are faced with the second generation of design, if you had to do this all over, if, like you're putting the team together, you're on the flight to Switzerland, or it was Switzerland, right?
Yes.
To decide, what would you do differently?
Well, we will do it. I mean, the original. I mean, clearly, in hindsight, which is what we're doing today, but to lessons learned from that process, if that's your question, yes, we do. The mock-up has to happen, or the full trial has to happen. That has to be coupled with a complete review of the mission profiles, and that's one of the things that that we all collectively need to ensure that there isn't any confusion around what the actual mission profile needs to be. In terms of, the CPR is the one everybody refers to. There was work done on the CPR in the mock-up twice in Switzerland, but clearly there needed to be maybe some. I think this time around the intention is to trial it around the different locations to make sure that in every possible geographical location, if there is any subtleties or differences in the way that the business is done at any location, that in the case of CPR that's probably not the case, but as we whether one location has a need to do a certain procedure which maybe another location doesn't do very often, or they're just going to trial it around the province to make sure that there is no gaps in the medical, the clinical side of the business.
But from what we've heard and from what you've said this afternoon, CPR was tried in the design when you were in Switzerland, yet once it got here, it didn't work no more. What was the difference between what was tried and what we're doing now?
From my perspective, the technical side, nothing.
Nothing is different?
No.
Okay, but it worked when we were in Switzerland and it didn't work when we were here?
Can't comment on that as to what happened there clinically. I don't know. But from a technical perspective, it's to the millimeter from the mock-up.
All right. So it was basically missed as an honest mistake because the difference were so small?
I can't comment. Sorry, I'm not trying to dodge your question at all, but it would be purely speculation on my part as to what changed there.
Okay.
Perhaps you could just speculate then if you were to ask to speculate.
I actually I can't comment. I just don't know what to tell you in terms of to answer the question. I witnessed the activity, and it was. And as to why it's not working today, I can't comment.
Okay, but you agree that it's not working because you're going to the second generation design and going through.
Correct. And I mean, obviously, if it's not working, it doesn't. We can be very humble about why that happened, or that the fact that it did happen, and we are. But we'll make every effort to expedite the fix, to do it right. And certainly, the lessons learned is what the additional diligence required in the second generation.
Can you comment that, do you figure a salary of $1.4 million for Mr. Mazza was appropriate?
I have no comment on that. And the reason I say that is I don't even know that. I mean, I'm hearing the media. I'm hearing it here that that's the case. I'm hearing in the media that that's the case. But until somebody,
the Auditor General knows how to count. He's seen a number or two
Okay.
before, and he's the one who says that it was $1.4 million. He's sitting there, if you'd like to ask him.
Fair enough. I just, what value is it, what I think of the answer? I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah, all I can comment is in our report, and we did discuss this with the ministry earlier on, what we said was that we couldn't disclose an individual salary, but we did say that top 5 executives were getting $2.5 million. And our point to the ministry was, are you aware of this, and are you sure you're comfortable with this? But we didn't come out and exactly specify Mr. Mazza's salary, but I think it has been publicly reported actually from Ornge what the salary had been.
Okay. Inappropriate in my opinion, but that's just from where I'm sitting.
No, that's your opinion is
for
what
whatever that's worth. Yeah.
Your opinion is what I wanted.
Sure.
So
we're pretty much out of time. So thank you very much for your. Thank you for coming before the committee today.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. Our next witness will be Mr. Rick Brady from the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, Manager, Investigations Unit, Emergency Health Services, Land, Air Operations. Welcome, Mr. Brady.
Good day.
And to confirm that you've received the information about a witness coming before the committee?
I did.
Very well. And our clerk has an oath for you.
You got the Bible there. Okay, Mr. Brady, do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this committee touching the subject of the present inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I so swear.
Thank you.
Thank you. And if you'd like to make an opening presentation, please start with that, and then we'll go to questions afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the members of the committee for inviting me to come and present before you. I hope I can be helpful to you. My name is Rick Brady, and I am the Manager of Investigation Services at Emergency Health Services Branch of the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care. I'd like to start with a brief review of my position, and then I'll focus on ministry investigations into air ambulance and related services, including Ornge. I've been employed by the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care since 1997, and currently I am the Manager and Chief Expert on Investigations at Emergency Health Services Branch. During this period, I've personally conducted over 600 ambulance investigations and overseen more than 700 such investigations since 2007, which is the year we began using a database to track such information. As the Manager of Investigations, my main responsibilities include planning and managing investigations, follow-up activities with respect to complaints, into the compliance by air and land ambulance services in Ontario. My work touches on a wide range of legislation, primarily the Ambulance Act, but also including the Personal Health Information Protection Act and the Provincial Offences Act, among others. I am the Emergency Health Services Branch Lead Provincial Offences Officer at the branch. In my work, I'm required to identify possible or actual areas of individual or systematic breaches of legislation related to the delivery of ambulance communications, or base hospital services. Now, the ministry complaints process. The services provided by land and air ambulance operates generate a number of complaints or concerns each year. For land ambulance operators, most are handled directly by the ambulance services themselves, such as the municipalities who operate the services. All complaints regarding Ornge must be reported to the ministry. The branch receives complaints or inquiries from a variety of internal and external sources, through the ministry itself, municipal representatives, managers or directors of emergency medical services, dispatch centers, and from Ornge, as well as through patients, their families, local or regional coroner, police services, legal representatives, and sometimes from the media. When complaints are conveyed to the ministry's EHS branch, we conduct an investigation into each complaint and report the findings to the complainant, as well as to the relevant ambulance service. The branch currently has a number of ongoing investigations related to incidents concerning Ornge's response to various patients requiring air ambulance service across the province. Each investigation typically takes many weeks to complete. These investigations reflect a variety of concerns. They range from the standard of medical care to Ornge's responsiveness to requests for air ambulance service. As I'm sure you can appreciate, we should be cautious about discussing any specific related Specifics related to individual patients whose personal health information is protected under the Personal Health Information Protection Act. I should point out that the Ministry's process allows for some of these complaints to be forwarded to the service operator to conduct its own internal investigation, and then they can report to the complainant. As of mid-June 2012, our investigation services have not redirected any complaints to Ornge for its own internal investigations. Any internal investigations that had been undertaken by Ornge would have been in response to complaints it received directly. In terms of the process in relation to the Office of the Chief Coroner, Section 10 of the Coroners Act requires that the coroner be notified if an investigation involves a deceased patient whose manner of death meets the legislative criteria under the Coroners Act. The decision whether to conduct an inquest rests with the coroner, and as well, the decision if the coroner wishes a copy of our report rests with them. So once they've been notified, if they want a copy of the report, then they notify me under Section 16 of their Act that they wish a copy of the report. The purpose of an investigation is to determine whether there have been any contraventions of the Ambulance Act, its regulations, or the standards made under the Act. The branch does not conduct investigations into matters covered by any other provincial or federal legislation, nor does it determine the cause of injury or death, nor does it delve into the actions of other agencies such as fire and police services. Again, thank you for this opportunity to outline the process and the purpose with respect to air and land ambulance services, and now I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
And thank you for that opening statement, and we'll move to the opposition for the first question. You have 28 minutes. Mr. Cleese.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Sir.
I'd like to just get perhaps a more general view of your role specifically in the investigations area with Ornge. And specifically, I would like to ask you whether there was any change in your role through the transition. I'm talking now from the time that we had the Ontario Air Ambulance Service in-house.
Right.
And then there was the transition to Ornge, although not called that immediately, but under the auspices of that new structure. Was there any difference in terms of how you conducted your business, your responsibilities within the Emergency Health Services branch before and after that transition?
No, there's been no change.
Was there ever any direction that you're aware of to the Emergency Health Services branch to take a more passive role and allow Ornge to conduct its business and affairs as it sees fit?
Certainly not to my knowledge. Our function as doing investigations did not change. So, except for doing more investigations than we did previously, we followed the same process that we'd always had.
We had testimony that there are a number of areas of oversight that the Emergency Health Services branch has. You yourself referred to the Ambulance Act and so on. With regard to Ornge, there were really three areas of accountability as set out. One was the Ambulance Act. The other, of course, was the performance agreement. When did you become aware of the performance agreement, and how familiar did you become with that performance agreement?
Not very familiar. I do remember at some point being advised that there was a performance agreement between the ministry and Ornge, but that's a contract. So as a contract, it's not an area that my service would become involved with because we investigate whether there's been a contravention of the legislation. Since the amended performance agreement, we have provided copies of that to all of my staff, and they are looking at that performance agreement to indicate whether an investigation they're doing, there has been a breach of that performance agreement.
Mr. Brady, can I ask you to move your microphone a little closer to you so we can, Hansard can pick you up a little better?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I find that interesting because the performance agreement between the Ministry of Health and Ornge was very specific in terms of accountability, in terms of performance measures, in terms of service delivery, in terms of dispatch requirement, the communications aspect of the air ambulance service. We have, and I'm sure you're familiar with this because it actually came from your branch and it was distributed. This is a document that was prepared for Cabinet entitled Investigations Concerning Air Ambulance and Related Services. And I'm sure you provided all of the information that went into this document.
A lot of it, yes, sir.
Yeah. We can go through this document. We don't have to. We don't have time. But there are numerous references in here to individual cases that involve circumstances, incidents where patients have died. There are references to patients not being able to be transported because of the interiors of the AW139. There are incidences referenced in this document to the air ambulance not being able to respond because either there were not enough paramedics staffed or there were not enough pilots staffed to respond. There were incidents referenced here where there was confusing information that came from the dispatcher. These are all incidents that, while they may not have been legislated, one would assume that they certainly would be issues for you to investigate and to make recommendations on. Would you agree with that?
Well, again, sir, when a report is completed, our function then is to turn the completed report over to senior management at the branch and originally to the manager of air ambulance program, and now his title has changed. And their function is then to decide. They send the report to Ornge and whoever else is affected. We point out in our reports where we have found evidence of issues and our conclusions, and then it's left to somebody else in the branch to determine what appropriate action they wish to take.
But you would have a difficult time, I would think, making an appropriate recommendation or finding if you weren't aware of what the obligations of Ornge were under the terms of the performance agreement. Doesn't that make sense?
Not really, sir, because again, when we're conducting investigations, we will look not just to the legislation, but what policies and procedures, for example, Ornge would have in place. And so we conduct our investigation looking at, did they contravene their own policy or did they follow their policy? Do we agree with the policy? So the actual performance agreement as it was, I was never asked or told we should make that a part of our investigation. Certainly now with the amended performance agreement, I made the decision to ensure that all of my staff have that so that they can look at it to determine, because it's much tougher in my understanding, not having really read the first one, but the Tier 1 indicators and some other indicators of timing and requirements. And we are starting to report on that in our reports.
In retrospect, would it have been the right thing to do? Would it have been advisable to, in fact, familiarize yourself with that original performance agreement as well as your staff to give you a sense?
It may have been, sir, but again, with turning the report over to senior management, who would have been intimately familiar with the performance agreement, it's, again, their decision to review the report and be able to discuss with Ornge how to correct any issues that came up in the reports.
I understand that one of your branch's responsibilities is to sign off on, approve, I'm not sure the correct word, perhaps certify equipment that's being used for either land ambulance or air ambulance purposes. Is that correct?
Certainly for the land ambulance side, yes, there's a land ambulance equipment standard, the same as there's a land ambulance vehicle standard. We don't have a legislated standard dealing with air. So prior to, and I can't remember when the standard was changed, there was a requirement that air ambulance operators would carry the same equipment and types of equipment as the land services. That's not in the current standard. Certainly, from the point of view of a patient care point of view, I believe that Ornge would be following that standard. Now, I do know previously, when the ministry operated the system, our contracts with the air carriers specified many things about the interiors, the equipment, and other things. So now that it's been turned over to Ornge, that's now their issue to deal with.
And that's the point that I wanted to get to, because it was my understanding that the third-party suppliers were in fact inspected by the Emergency Health Services branch, that they had to comply, their interiors had to comply with standards.
Correct.
What happened? Why would Ornge not be held to the same standards and requirements as the third-party suppliers?
Unfortunately, that's something I can't answer because I'm not part of the decision-making process there. So,
who would be able to answer that question?
I would believe that my director, Mr. Bates, or one of the senior managers. Again, we don't get into policy discussions at our department. Our job is simply to investigate.
So we had a situation where Dr. Mazza and his executive group decided that they now wanted to get into the business of owning aircraft, both fixed-wing and helicopters. And they went out and they invested $145 million of taxpayer dollars indirectly, because we're on the hook for it. And the Ministry of Health took no measures to ensure that that equipment was up to standard and would be able to deliver safe patient care.
Certainly not my department. I don't know if anyone else with the ministry became involved in that, but certainly the decision to buy the helicopters and outfit them was a decision made by Ornge.
I'd like to ask you, at what point was the decision made to give Ornge carte blanche over these important standards, these safety standards, as it relates to the business of transporting patients?
I have no knowledge of that, sir.
Well, let me ask you this. With regard to the third-party suppliers of the service, you still oversee that, right?
Anyone who is a certified operator of an ambulance service there's oversight by the branch, yes.
Right. But you don't oversee Ornge?
Well, I don't. As I say, we investigate complaints.
When I say you, I'm referring
to the branch?
To the branch, because that's where the responsibility resides.
Correct.
So you don't oversee Ornge from that perspective. You oversee the third-party suppliers, but you don't oversee Ornge.
Well, even the third-party suppliers today come under the auspices of Ornge. They are all receive service reviews from our inspection department, because it's mandatory every 3 years that every ambulance service in the province is subject to a service review.
And who conducts that, sorry?
There's a section called the Inspection, Certification, and Regulatory Compliance Unit.
Right.
And their job is to go in, as I say, and conduct service reviews. And obviously not every service is done every three, if you understand, at least once every 3 years. All ambulance services need to be inspected by them.
And when was the last time that Ornge was inspected under the auspices of that regulation?
If I'm correct, there's a service review going on as we speak, or it's being conducted right now.
Is that the first one since it was structured?
I don't believe so, no.
And is that under your auspices? Are you the lead on that?
No. There's another, that's a whole different department. Again, we're set up that inspections and investigations must be separate based on Supreme Court of Canada decisions that inspections and investigations have two different functions.
I'll refer back to this investigations document. There are recurring themes here in terms of problems with dispatch, problem with downstaffing. The fact that you have been inspecting these incidents and they continue to recur. Could you tell me, from your perspective, did you ever take this up to a higher level of authority within your ministry to say, look, we've got a mess on our hands here. These people are not complying. They constantly are out of compliance. I'd like to get your perspective in terms of how serious you thought things were at Ornge.
I certainly did, with my senior manager and with the manager of the air ambulance program, point out to them that, you know, there are issues, that they're not staffing properly, that they're not getting to calls when they should be getting to calls. Certainly when I was notified of the interior issue that, you know, certain patient care activities could not be done, you know, I was quite angry about that. So I did point it out, which is my function to do. And
when did you first start to have those discussions with your superiors about Ornge?
Probably in 2007, because at that point we noted that we were suddenly starting to do more air ambulance investigations than we had in the past.
And who did you take your concerns to? I'd just like to know
at that point, I reported to Mr. Dennis Brown, who is Senior Manager of Operations, and Rob Nishman was the Manager of Air Ambulance Program.
Did you ever report your concerns in writing to these gentlemen?
Well, it would have been in our reports, that, you know, these are issues that we're finding. And so in that way it's in writing, because they would receive copies of our reports.
So back in 2007, you started to get concerned about the non-compliance. They obviously continued. Things didn't get any better. Someone in your position, I'm assuming that this concerned you.
Yes.
You saw that patients were being put at risk. Did you ever attempt to take stronger action? I mean, there are such things as orders that can be issued against a provider. Was that ever considered over the course of time?
Again, that's not my decision to make. I don't have the independence to decide that we're going to have the director issue an order or take other action. That's a decision that's made above me by senior management. I can point out that there are issues, and there continuing to be issues, that there are trends going on. But as far as the ability to take direct action, again, we don't do that. I can't do that.
Did you ever question why there was no specific action taken against this organization?
I questioned basically along that lines, that they don't seem to be getting any better, and it was assured, no, we're having meetings and we're talking with them, and the changes will be coming. And it's like, well, okay, fine.
And in the meantime, changes didn't come. It seemed to get worse.
Correct.
patients were at risk, and here we are today.
Yes, sir.
Eventually the thing blew up. Did you ever share your concern with any of your peers at the Emergency Health Services branch about what was going on at Ornge?
Again, I pointed out to them, especially when we found out about this interior issue with the helicopters, that, I was very concerned. And I'm not just concerned for the patients, but I feel very badly for the paramedics who are having to work under these kinds of conditions. Because one of the things that is really interesting, and I'm sure you probably note, having reviewed the briefing note, the actual patient care provided by these frontline folks is really excellent work. When they have the opportunity to get to a patient, and then the opportunity to perhaps to help the patient. So certainly from a delivery point of view, oh yes, I was very concerned. But
and that's why we're here.
Correct.
I mean, we're hearing from frontline paramedics, pilots who want to deliver that service. They're frustrated because they don't have the resources. I got an email this morning from a paramedic concerning the lack of equipment. They're scouring for medical equipment at various bases, and instead of getting better, we continue to get this information. Are you aware that there was an order that was prepared to be issued to Ornge just within the last month?
Yes.
And can you tell us what that order was about? What prompted that?
Again, discussions about some of our investigations, and in a meeting with the director, and I indicated to him that, I'm sorry, but I think we really need to issue an order. And he agreed. And I helped draft the order. There's two orders, actually. And at that point, they were given to the director. What became of them, I don't know. I've heard testimony that the orders weren't issued and supposedly why, but direct knowledge of it, no. I don't
How
know.
frustrating is that for you? As someone who's on the front line, you have a responsibility to inspect. You have the responsibility to bring these people into line. You recommend the issuance of an order. You help to draft it. You send it up, and it goes nowhere. How frustrating is that for you?
Quite frustrating. But I also take the attitude, as I have through my career as an investigator, that my job is to investigate, to report, and then it's up to someone else to decide how we're going to deal with it. Somewhat different than when I was a police officer, that I could actually lay charges if I found an offense. But certainly, we try not to become overly frustrated in our work, because my staff and I, we can't become frustrated because we believe in what we're doing. And we believe it's very important, and we believe we have to put it on record as to what we're finding.
Mr. Brady, I want to just tell you that we share your frustration. And we know that you're on the front line, and there are many frontline workers who want to do the job. And what we are seeing, unfortunately, is political interference in a process that should work to the benefit of patients, to the benefit of our air ambulance service. And that was just one example, and a very recent example. This was recent. This wasn't under the old performance agreement. It wasn't under the old legislation. This is now under new executive direction, on a new board. And they're still not doing their job. And when you want to bring them to task, somebody up, higher up, in the executive suites is saying, no, don't do that, because that might be embarrassing to us. I just want to thank you for the work that you do on the front lines.
Thank you, sir.
And we're hopeful that this process will lead to some steps that can restore confidence, not only in our air ambulance service, but will also empower you for the work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll move to the NDP. Ms. Gillinas.
I will, before I start with my line of question, I want to finish where Mr. Cleese just ended. back in 2007, you're starting to see more requests for investigation. You're starting to do more investigations, but those report up to your director and your supervisor. And then you just answered to Mr. Cleese that you were told, we're having meetings, things will change. I'm hoping for the better. Who were those people telling you that?
Again, that would be my senior manager, Dennis Brown, because he had the most contact with Ornge. So I would meet with him, talk about reports, sometimes talk about the frustrations we were finding. But again, it was left to him to deal with.
Do you know if he shared your frustration, and is there a chance that he also shared it up to his supervisors that, listen, we're doing investigations here and we're finding issues and we'd like to see change, but change is not forthcoming fast enough?
I can't say for sure that he did that because he never told me. I had worked for Dennis for quite a few years. I wouldn't doubt that he would have had some sort of discussions, but to be honest, I certainly can't say he did.
And who was Dennis's supervisor at the time?
That'd be Malcolm Bates, the director.
That was Malcolm. Okay. When we look now, I want to take it back to you helped draft 2 orders.
Yes.
Can you share with us what were those 2 orders about?
There's so many Ornge files that I'm sure one of them had to do with staffing. The fact that they were not having 2 paramedics on board the helicopters. And the other, I believe, was they were not compliant with the documentation standards, the Ontario Ambulance Documentation Standards. That's a legislated standard that all ambulance services are required to adhere to. And so I'm pretty sure that was the second order.
Okay. So when we hear from Ornge that they are maintaining, through their budget process, that they are maintaining the staffing level that they had before, do we have reason to worry if we see that they don't always staff at 2 paramedics per helicopter, and they're now telling us that the staffing pattern will stay the same and the budget will stay the same? Is there a chance that there will be no changes for the better?
I certainly can't speak to that. I can tell you that from a patient care point of view, especially for critical patients, for one critical care paramedic to be working on their own is not ideal for the patient. And if they aren't staffed to a critical care level, if they're advanced care or primary care, there's an issue for the patient. There's also an issue for sending facilities. The majority of the work that Ornge does are interfacility critical care transports. So to send a lower level of care, in many cases the hospital will then be required to send a medical escort. So why they are not staffing at the same level that they did when the system was turned over to them, I mean, I would be questioning if I was working at Ornge, why am I losing staff? Or why are staff not working? And figure out what's going on.
Okay. So that through the investigations you have done over the years and the benefit of having been there and done quite a few, 700 I think you said, that's a lot of investigation. The staffing level that was there before Ornge was put into place was not certainly bringing the type of complaints that you have investigate now, that you're investigating now, and some of them was because they were staffing with 2 critical care paramedic, and this is not the case now?
Correct. I mean, I like to say that some of the most serious investigations we did back when the ministry was direct oversight were complaints that, my mother was on the aircraft sitting on the tarmac for 3 hours, it was cold and there was no heat. We very seldom had any patient care investigations, and certainly when the ministry had the direct oversight, if there were not 2 paramedics on board a helicopter, then the provider, had to pay for that. There was a clawback that we would get. They wouldn't allow, and certainly the base hospital as it existed then would be furious if one of these helicopters was single-staffed. Now
Because
it seems...
You end up having to send one of your nurses to Hamilton, and she sits there for the weekend before you get her back. That never makes a hospital executive very happy.
No, and it's not very fair to the nurse either.
No. There's an entire section in the Auditor General's report that deals with complaint investigation. And the Auditor General, who's here, I'm just quoting from his report. He said the following about the ministry investigation process. However, because I'm quoting from a sentence, in October 2010, the Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care stopped recommending ways for Ornge to address issue, stating that such decision were Ornge responsibility. Do you have any more information as to why this decision was made? Why did we change this process in 2010?
It's not just Ornge. We don't make recommendations for any service anymore. So it was a blanket direction to stop making recommendations, although we're now making recommendations again for Ornge. I have been told that, we are to do recommendations. Why it changed, I asked that. And I was told that our reports are written in such a way that anyone can read it and determine, I know exactly what went wrong and I know exactly what needs fixing. And I was told that because of the maturity of the service now, because land was turned over to the municipalities in 2000, my senior manager felt that everyone now is mature enough to be able to figure out how to fix it. And so instead of specific recommendations, what we're saying now in our cover letter that goes out is that the service that's receiving this report has 10 days to notify either the field office if it's a land service or Mr. Nishman if it's the air service. What is your plan to address the issues that we've identified in the report? And then within 40 days, advise the ministry that you've successfully completed that plan. So there's not specific recommendations, but there's still an onus on the service. Read the report, fix the issues.
Okay, except that now for Ornge, you will be making recommendations
Specific
again.
recommendations, yes.
Do the 10-day and 40 days stay in place anyway?
Yes.
They do, okay. The auditor went on to say that he had previously recommended that in 2005 land ambulance audit, in his 2005 land ambulance audit, that the ministry determine a process for ensuring that it receives information on the nature and resolution of serious complaint. Mr. McCarty went on to note that this did not happen. Was any work ever done to implement this recommendation from the 2005 review of the land ambulance audit?
I can't answer that question. I know certainly not from my department, but whether anyone else in the branch may have done something, I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. The ministry also said that it was doing unannounced inspection. But from what you've just said, inspection is separated from investigation?
Correct.
Okay, so do you happen to know if they did do unannounced inspections?
I can't say for sure, no.
No.
I know they're doing some now because one issue was reported to me by an unannounced inspection that turned into an investigation. But their previous, I don't know. We don't have that kind of communication.
Okay, I understand, and you explained that today anyway. You are, though, responsible to receive complaints from the dispatch functions of Ornge.
Any complaint relating to Ornge is now supposed to be reported to the ministry.
Okay, and before?
But even the land ambulance services don't have to notify the ministry. So although the minister has the power to investigate complaints, there's nothing in legislation that says the ministry has to be notified. Certainly the land services, we have an excellent working relationship with. They don't hesitate to pick up the phone and call me. to let me know we've got a serious issue that we're looking into. Sometimes they'll ask us to do the investigation. Sometimes they'll say, can we do a joint investigation? Other times they want to do the investigation but have one of my people oversee it. So that relationship with the land services is excellent. A lot of complaints that come into land services, a lot has to deal with attitude of the paramedics, which again, there's a legislated standard that deals with attitude, but they're very competent and very good about conducting investigations. And we've run training courses for the municipalities on how to run investigations.
Okay. So as the number of issues that you had, complaints that you had to investigate with Ornge increased, did you receive many of them directly from Ornge?
No, a lot of them came in either through one of the dispatch centers, our provincial dispatch centers that have had interactions with Ornge. Quite a few came in from the land ambulance services that had issues with Ornge. And certainly starting in late 2011, when Mr. Donovan's articles started to appear in the Star, that suddenly brought on an onset of investigations, plus some of the things he was reporting were sufficient that I'd read it and go, we better look into this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that those were all legitimate complaints that you were allowed to investigate if you found.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. And so before December 2011, did you used to have contact with people at Ornge?
Oh, as far as doing investigations, yes, we'd always notify them. We notify services that we're doing an investigation.
And who would you notify?
It's been changing because there seems to be a lot of staff going through. It was the Vice President of Operations, who's Steve Farquhar, and then they got an Executive Vice President of Operations, so I'd start to let him know. And now it's moved to the Vice President of Clinical Affairs. I'm not sure why an ambulance service needs clinical affairs, but so I notify her, as well as the Vice President, because we need them to provide us with copies of their audio, their dispatch records, the ambulance call reports, so that we can start our investigation.
So from, let's say, 2007 to mid-2011, before all of this, how would you describe your relationship with Ornge? If you needed a copy of their audio or you needed a copy of their report or anything of the sort, how were they with you?
Oh, fine.
Everything
Yes.
went fine?
Oh, yes.
At every level?
Well, certainly as far as providing information, making staff available for interviews and such, they've always been very cooperative that way. Of late, it's been a little bit more difficult, but I think it's because there's an onslaught of requests that are being made to them. So, but they certainly are more than willing to cooperate with us.
Okay, and that had always been the case?
Yeah, we've never had that problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
And right now it's really a case because the volume has increased exponentially?
Yes.
Okay, and then time constraint. So I want to come back to you're in doing your job, the number of complaints increases. You're starting to see trend, you said. What kind of trends did you see?
Well, as I indicated, problems with staffing, problems with their launch policies, problems with the ability to do patient care. I mean, those were sort of the main trends that we saw going on.
And you shared those trends with Dennis Brown?
Well, certainly in the reports it would have been pointed out that, as an example, single staff air ambulance, the legislation does indicate, although it doesn't speak specifically to critical care paramedics, but it does speak to the fact that an ambulance which transports a patient is to be staffed by 2 paramedics. And so the legislation is there to say you're supposed to have 2 paramedics on board.
So as those, and same thing with let's say we talk about the launching policy, when was the first time, would you remember, that we're seeing a trend here. There's an issue. It's more than just a one-off. When would you say that started?
Well, when I was first notified that they were changing this launch policy and there are reasons behind it, I did write a memorandum. And at that point, Dennis had left, so it was now to my new senior manager, indicating that I didn't believe that we should be endorsing this change. I didn't believe that they had provided the ministry with appropriate data to be able to, say why they should be doing this, and pointed out that I believe that this would be something that was not going to work. And of course, the ministry didn't approve it. They simply indicated, well, okay, that's your policy, and off you go.
So, who did you have? So you wrote this memo.
Yes.
Who did you wrote this memo to?
To my senior manager, Tony Campo.
To Tony Campo. And did you receive any feedback? Did he agree with you? Did you think you were out of line or anything like that?
I don't remember receiving any feedback, and I was never told I was out of line.
Good news is, no news is good news, or?
Correct.
All right. Is this something you did often, to write a memo about having basically serious doubts about a change in policy, or was this really something serious enough that you decided to do something that was sort of out of the ordinary?
I felt it was serious enough. It was a big change in the methodology of delivering air ambulance service. And as I say, I didn't believe the numbers that were being provided. If memory serves, it was supposedly directly at the fault of the Auditor General, who had said in one of his previous reports that there were too many canceled calls, which was costing a lot of money. Mm-hmm. So Ornge used that to say they had something like 3,000 canceled on-scene requests. Well, they only do 7,000 air ambulance flights a year, approximately. So I think it's like less than a third are on-scene requests. 3,000 didn't add up.
Didn't add up, no.
And, and I'm quite willing and was quite willing to sit with somebody to say, okay, what is your issue? How do we correct it? Is our air ambulance utilization standard impacting you negatively that we can talk about? But it was just their blanket decision to do it. And that I said, well, I'm going to write my memo with my opinion.
So at this point, what year are we when you did that?
I can't remember when they changed the launch policy, if it was 2010 or 2011.
Yeah. I think it's 2010 also, but we have it someplace. I'll check.
Yeah.
So by that point, basically, Ornge makes this decision, share the decisions with the ministry. You have concern enough to write a memo and say, listen, I have concern with this, but nothing goes back to Ornge in the way of, could we discuss this? Can we look into this together? You need to be accountable to us as to the changes you're doing.
If that occurred, I don't know about it. So I can't say it did or didn't.
But they never came back to you to say, okay, we're ready to discuss that. Ornge
certainly not with me, no, ma'am.
No. And you never heard, after you sent your memo, did you only send it to your supervisor, or did you send it wider?
It may have been copied to Mr. Nishman.
Mr. who?
Nishman. He was. Okay. He's sort of like the field manager that looks after Ornge.
Okay.
I don't think it was sent to anyone else.
Okay. And to your supervisor, and then you said that you never heard back.
Correct.
Okay. My colleague has a few questions before he comes back.
So on page 2 of your actual opening remarks, you indicated, and you also read it out, that one of your tasks, or one of the things that you're tasked with doing, is that you are required to identify possible or actual areas of individual or systemic breaches of legislation. So what I want to ask you about is what you can do, or what powers you have to identify possible systemic breaches of legislation, and how that would apply, for example, in something like Ornge. So that's it's not a direct complaint. It's something, the way I'm reading that or understanding that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that there's a bit of a proactive element to investigations that you can look at or identify areas where there could be a breach, and if it's a systemic breach, even more so. Am I reading that right?
Basically, and again, our reports would indicate that, as an example, documentation, was not completed in accordance with the legislated standard. Therefore, there was a contravention.
Sure.
Same as if there's a patient care issue, we point out in the reports.
Okay.
Has there been a contravention?
Sure. Now, in terms of Ornge, had there been any sort of identifying or identification of systemic breaches in the legislation, in the time period perhaps from 2008 to 2011?
Again, staffing issues would have been pointed out.
And when would
documentation issues
Sure.
would have been pointed out. And once we knew about the problem with the interior of the aircraft, the AW139, that was pointed out in quite a number of reports, that because they were unable to perform patient care in accordance with the legislative standards,
right,
they're in contravention of the standard.
So let's just start with staffing. Would there have been any of these systemic breaches that you noticed or you identified? What would be the first time you identified it with Ornge?
The first time, that's very difficult to answer, only because...
Roughly, maybe the year. Anything in
year and a half, maybe.
A year to a year and a half ago?
Yeah. I can't say 100%, but certainly within the last year, there's been the problem with the staffing.
But before the issues hit the newspapers, before Ornge became, on the front page of the Toronto Star, before that, was there...
There were some issues where they weren't staffing appropriately.
Is there a way for us to confirm that, if you perhaps have some documentation or if you have a log of that, perhaps?
No, we don't keep... Even our database is not indicating what was found to be very difficult.
Okay.
I mean, I'd have to try and get someone to sit down and go through all the investigation reports again.
Okay.
Which would be very time-consuming.
It would, eh?
Yeah.
We might have to request that, because if there was any indication that Ornge had some staffing issues well before, the scandal broke, that might be very interesting to this committee. Documentation issues as well. Do you know when that, roughly, what year that would have occurred, that there were some documentation breaches?
That became more evident of late.
Of late, okay.
Because one of the issues that I've had is, again, an ambulance service and their staff, there are specific requirements when an incident report is required.
Sure.
And certain incident reports must be forwarded to the ministry.
Sure.
And in quite a few cases, we started to find that some incident that we're looking at met the criteria for an incident report.
Okay.
And it was never provided.
It was not, okay. And previously, do you have a log of the complaints that you received, if any, regarding Ornge's patient care or any complaints from 2008 or even earlier to 2011?
As far as patient care, as I say, we've never really had any serious investigations of Ornge paramedics in regards to whether they were or were not meeting the standard. They've always met the standard.
Sure.
With whatever they can work with.
Sure.
And so if they're having issues like the CPR issue or patients with difficulty breathing on the 139, that's not the paramedics' fault.
Mm-hmm.
We can't fault them if the equipment they're given doesn't allow them to do their job.
Okay. What about complaints in general? Did you receive any complaints about Ornge, just generally, that made it to the your branch?
We have received complaints.
Pardon me?
We have, yes.
And when and how often, roughly?
Again, over the years, we've received maybe 15, 20 complaints about Ornge. They could come in again from the land ambulance service. They could be coming in from a dispatch center.
Would you be able to table those complaints or whatever they were?
The complaint or the investigations?
I guess both, really. I mean, the nature, maybe a summary of the nature of the complaint. If it was we're not getting, we're concerned that there's staff, like maybe there was a civilian complaint about staffing or a civilian complaint about some other patient care issue?
Again, it's when we open an investigation, we would look at what the complaint is about. Is it about patient care? Is it about the air ambulance response? Is it about quality of dispatch? So to actually go back in, we'd have to actually go into the files to determine
what it was. Okay,
the specifics of the complaint.
And that's similar to what Mr. Cleese already asked you.
I want to just before we run out of time, this issue that you recently you wrote basically 2 orders, and one having to do with staffing, the other one having to do with documentation standard, as good as your memory could recall. How often does it happen that you write orders?
It's not that often. Again, our relationship with Land Ambulance Services is such that when they receive one of our reports,
they jump.
They're quite willing to make corrections and make changes. It has occurred a couple of times in the past,
and
where we have said to a service, we're looking towards going the route of a director's order because you're not complying. That really gets their attention.
So just saying that an order is coming is enough to get them to
enough for
jump?
them to come, and they'll come and sit around the table.
Okay.
And find out, okay, what is it that we're not doing correctly? What's got you ticked? And how do we fix it?
So how come in this particular circumstances, I mean, you're ready to write 2 orders that never makes it to Ornge? What happened? How come? It's basically if the threat of an order gets you result like you've just described to me, which I fully believe that this is exactly what happens. How come this time we didn't use those levers to get the kind of changes that are needed?
I can't answer that question. It certainly was not my decision.
Okay, and but it is rather unusual because in the past, if you had even had a dialogue about putting an order forward, it basically got action. This time, who do you figure in the hierarchy above you has the right to say, don't issue that order?
Well, in the hierarchy above me, it could be my senior manager that doesn't want the order issued. It could be the director that doesn't want the order issued. It could be whoever the director reports to. Again, I was asked to help draft the orders. And
who asked you to do that?
My director.
Your director?
And then the orders themselves were finalized by someone at the branch who, probably writes them a little bit better. And then that's the last I'd heard. I'd been told, I'd asked, are we issuing the orders? And was told, no, we're not. And I didn't really ask a lot of questions because I wasn't happy about it. And I thought, if I ask too many questions, I might get really mad and then I might say something I shouldn't say.
But kind of what a waste of time and what a waste of an opportunity to motivate change. Yeah, because you really saw it as a opportunity to affect serious change in
I believed it was very necessary to have the orders issued, yes.
Okay, and somebody above you...
some decision was made.
Okay, and nobody has come forward and said it was my decision and here is why, and put forward a valid reason as to why we should not?
No.
And in your long experience with the ministry, in your job, has it ever happened before that kind of the need to issue an order gets squashed down from above?
Not squashed. There have been instances where the director or my senior manager may think, do we really need to go this route? And
Scaring
we can
them will be
dialogue
enough.
about it.
Yeah.
And as I say, simply the mere letting the service know, and again, that would usually be from the senior manager's position that, we have evidence here that looks like, we could be issuing an order. Let's talk about it.
And did you know if that conversation took place with
Yeah, I was
or-
party to some of those conversations where the director of EMS and their superiors came in and we sat and talked, presented them with the evidence, and obtained from them a commitment to change and fix.
And did a similar process took place this time with Ornge?
I don't know. I certainly wasn't party to any meetings with them about it, no.
No. Okay, and so no follow-up was done? Okay, who
You have
would...
2 minutes left.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Who would know if it happened with Ornge, if this type of sit-down, if the order wasn't actually issued, and it wasn't issued, who would know that if a sit-down took place, similar to what you described, that, listen, we're about to issue an order, but, if you come back into compliance, then, we won't issue it?
I would presume that my director and senior manager would know if such a discussion took place or what occurred in and around the orders.
And those people are?
Malcolm Bates and then Tony Campo is
Okay.
my senior manager.
Okay.
And we are pretty much out of time, so if we can move to the government. Who would like to ask questions in the government?
Yes, thank you very much.
Sandals.
How do you do? And thank you very much for coming. And you're now the manager of the investigations unit.
Correct.
And how long have you been in that position?
I became manager August 2003.
So you have some experience there now.
Couple of
What
years.
did you do before that?
Well, I was an investigator. I was appointed as an investigator. I'm still an investigator.
Yeah.
Appointed as an investigator in 2000.
Okay.
When I joined the ministry in 1997, I started off in dispatch, and in 2000, that was 1997. 2000.
Now, did I understand you to say that at some point you had been with a police service prior to that?
Yes, I was with the a uniformed member of the Ontario Provincial Police for 10 years.
Okay. So that's where you learned your investigation skills.
Started there, and then when I left the OPP, it was 10 years as a private investigator and worked for Defence Counsel.
Okay, so you've had quite a variety of different sorts of investigative experiences and settings where you've practiced your investigative skills. As manager, what's your particular responsibilities? Can you give us an idea as manager of the investigation unit?
Well, overall, the complaints will come into me from various sources. I will dialogue with the complainant. First, determine how serious it appears on paper or in discussions with the complainant. And at that point, make a determination, is the ministry going to investigate? Are we going to have the land service investigate? And whatever makes the complainant happy. Obviously, if the complainant doesn't want the land service to investigate, we will. My job is then to start gathering the background materials for an investigator. And once all those materials are in, except lately we have a giant backlog of unassigned investigations, first investigator that comes in the door, to turn something in is like, it's your lucky day, you just got another file. And I just tell them the basics of the complaint. I don't tell them what I expect from them. I don't tell them, what route you should go, what answers you should get. It's just, this is a patient care complaint. But we look at the entire call, too. If it's a patient care complaint, we also investigate the dispatch side of things. So, because anything could have gone wrong in a call. And then the investigator's assigned, and they review all the materials they've been given, and they can determine on paper, who do I have to speak to, who do I have to take interview statements from, and then off they go.
So if you're the initial gatherer of information and documents, what all documents do you, if it's air ambulance, what all documents would you routinely collect?
It would be the same for land or air.
Okay.
So we would get all the dispatch information, so all the audio, the computer dispatch records, any incident reports or reports that a communicator may have completed because of the call. We'd ask for the ambulance call report, any incident reports that the paramedics may have completed.
When would a paramedic complete an incident report? What would trigger
well,
that?
the legislation is very clear as to when they have to complete an incident report. It's the Ontario Ambulance Documentation Standards. Part 3 is incident reporting, and there's a section...
So for those of us who don't know...
Put it down as like a really unusual occurrence. So is there a long delay in response? Is there a problem accessing a patient? Has there been an equipment failure that could negatively impact a patient? Did something happen that you harmed the patient? Or did something happen that you might have harmed the patient? Those types of things.
Given that you're dealing with critically ill or injured patients, these are incidents that have to do with the smooth flow of the service, as opposed to the patient has passed away, because in some cases that's not unpredictable.
Well, in some cases it is predictable.
Yeah, or it is predictable.
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, in the field of paramedicine, unfortunately, patients do die, and best efforts to save them, but that would not necessarily trigger an investigation.
Because that may be a reasonably expected outcome.
Correct.
So the incidents are related to things going in an unexpected flow.
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you've got air ambulance and air and land are both involved, or you've got hospital and air, or however these things interrelate, because you're often dealing with transfer from one to another, do you collect then all the records from the hospital or all the records from the land ambulance side of the
If land ambulance is involved in an investigation, then yes, we collect from them as well. And if the investigator needs to know how did the patient present either prior to being turned over to the paramedics, or how did the patient present when the paramedics turned them over, then we will make a request to the hospital. We use what we call a PHIPA letter, that because we are conducting an investigation that may result in a law enforcement proceeding, we have the authority to ask them to turn the records over.
But if you do go as far as having to access the hospital records, that's an asterisk in the PHIPA legislation, if I can put it that way, that you're authorized to have access to that record.
Yeah.
It's not something that can be casually obtained. That's very unusual that you would get access to it's because you're authorized to do an investigation.
And we always, when we're going to a hospital to ask for assistance, we always touch base with the chief executive officer of the hospital first. The investigator lets them know that we are not investigating the hospital, which calms them down immediately.
I'm sure it does.
And we limit, again, we don't want the entire patient chart, because it's not really our purview to go over it. We just want to know, how did the patient present when the paramedics delivered the patient to you, and or what did you find just prior to delivering the patient? And it's the same as we'll go in and interview nurses and doctors with the cooperation of the hospital to be able to get an understanding of what kind of interaction was going on, what were the expectations.
Okay, and again, that testimony from medical personnel in the hospital, that would be PHIPA protected, the information that you're exchanging in that interview. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And our reports and all of the materials that we gather are officially part of the patient's health record. So all of our entire file is protected by PHIPA. So again, if someone wants a copy of our report, they have to have the legislative authority to ask for it. It can't be, for example, your husband couldn't call me and say, we did an investigation about an ambulance service to my wife. And say, well, then ask Mrs. Sandals to send me a clearance to release. Otherwise, I'm not giving it to you.
Yeah.
So we are very careful about our documents.
That having patient release, if you're going to release that patient's
or the
medical
executor's
records.
release or something. Absolutely. Yes.
So just to confirm then, because the committee has asked for, I think, all the investigation records related to Ornge. So within that record then, there would be a lot of information which is clearly a health record for the purposes of PHIPAA.
Oh, the majority of the documents in the files would be contain personal health information, absolutely.
And you would not normally release that except under authorization of the patient or some other authorized investigative unit that's enumerated in PHIPAA.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, for the coroner, they certainly have the authority under their act to seize anything they want. But I have to get something from them either verbally or in writing that they're invoking Section 16 of their authority. If it's another law enforcement agency, say Ministry of Labor, needs information, they would have to issue an order under their legislation. And if they issue an order, we have to release. In other situations, say the police want something, we'll carefully review what it is they're after and why they want it before we just...
So even if the police made a request for some of the information that you have in your investigation records, you might refuse that information to the police unless they clearly have very high need to access that, because again, it's a personal health record.
Correct.
Okay, I think that's very helpful for us to understand. So it sounds to me like part of your job is that once you've collected this information, that you need to take a great deal of care in protecting that information because of the nature of it being a personal health record.
All of our investigative files are maintained under lock and key. The investigators obviously on active files will have the files with them. But certainly because of the motion that this committee made to obtain information, it was my staff and only my staff that pulled the initial investigations and made the first set of copies because I didn't want anyone going into them, because some cases you never know if it's all evidence and it's all patient information. And if something was going to go missing, I'd rather get heck to my staff than to figure out, well, who's gone into the files. So they did that over a 3-day time period and then turned the materials over to someone else in the branch to make the other copies.
So your investigators actually spent a number of days copying the information.
They did 3 days
for other people.
I had to pull them off the road for 3 days to do the request. Our part of it.
Thank you for sharing that, because I think it's important that we know that we've got some downstream consequences in the seriousness of what we've asked for. And then I presume that the next step would have been to the legal branch at the Ministry of Health, or they...
Again, because you are the legislature.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that you don't say no. It's the same as being invited to the committee. It's as I said, when I was invited, you expect me to say no.
You mean you didn't want to come and have tea with us, or?
There's
it's
tea?
Okay, don't answer that.
I didn't get the tea.
We could come up with coffee.
But no, it's a very arduous task. There's now 5 people who are doing nothing except getting the materials ready to try and turn over to the committee. So that's 5 staff members at the branch who aren't being able to do their regular duties that are, 7.25 hours a day, 5 days a week.
Wow.
Working to get these materials to you.
Thank you for that information. I understand from what you're going to say that this is going on for weeks now.
It's going on for weeks because they are redacting.
Because they're personal.
Because it's personal information. 2 of the staff members that are doing the audio redacting, I think we'll probably have to send them away for a long vacation because it's probably going to take them a couple of months.
Wow. So there, just in terms of the audio how how many hours of audio records would you end up with out of a typical air ambulance call? Maybe there isn't any such thing, but give us an idea of how many hours of audio you end up with.
It would not be unusual, say for the dispatch end of things, to have an hour to an hour and a half. Because once a call begins, where they're booking the call and their patient information, so you could have an hour to an hour and a half. Then there'd be the land dispatch end of things if they're involved in the call. One investigation we did, I think the dispatch manager has indicated that we're probably looking at 3 hours worth of audio.
Wow.
Then there's when we do our interviews. All of our interviews are audio recorded. So
when the base hospital is communicating with the paramedics, is that also all audio?
Yeah.
So while they're in the air, you would have the constant communication between the base hospital and the paramedic.
In many cases,
intermittent communication.
I was going to say, in many cases, with the air ambulance system, the paramedics will be getting their orders prior to making patient contact from the physician. Then once they're in the hospital, they'll likely contact the physician again to either change the orders or get new orders. And then if they have to, yes, in the air, they would get a hold of the base hospital physician for further orders. So all of that would be on audio.
So you may have actually 3 or 4 different, by the time you get through dispatch and the land ambulance and the possibly conversations between base hospital and air paramedics, plus the interviewers, you may actually have 4 different sets of tapes.
Oh, easily.
From one investigation.
From the investigations that we've pulled to comply with your motion, there's 468 separate audio files.
Wow. And the average length of those?
I haven't asked the 2 folks who were doing the redacting, but I'm thinking the average is 45 minutes to an hour, and it's taking them about 3 hours to redact 10 minutes worth of stuff.
Wow.
Because they have to listen to it and make the determination, if I'm going to exclude, why am I excluding this? Because they have a list of criteria that the legislation permits them to do. Then they have to actually exclude it, re-record it as an excluded one, because you can't touch the original recording.
Right.
And then they go back to listen to it again to make sure, did I miss anything? Or did I take something out I shouldn't have taken out? I have to put it back in again.
Yeah. So in order to produce a redacted audio record, it isn't a case of transcribing and redacting. The legal definition of a redacted audio record is the actual redacted, in that anything that we shouldn't hear is removed.
Correct. And even if we thought, okay, well, let's have them transcribed, it'd be faster.
Yeah.
No. A verbatim transcript, we don't do them anymore. We used to. We won't even do them for the coroner's office because it's easily 10 minutes of typing for 1 minute of audio. Because the audio quality may not be quite there. You have to listen to it again. You have to catch every pause, giggle, laugh. It's a time-consuming process.
And I guess if there's any issue around the sound quality not being clear, you're then depending on the transcriber to make a decision about what it is that's being heard, as opposed to the raw material, which is what was picked up. And those could be 2 different things, which I guess from the coroner's point of view could be quite significant.
It could be very significant, and it's not unusual for us. Sometimes the coroners will send us verbatim transcripts their staff have prepared, simply to say, we don't understand half your terminology, so could you have one of your people listen to it? Because every system has their own nomenclature. So that, if we were to say something like CAC, some person who's a court reporter wouldn't know what CAC means if they fell over one. So,
and it probably means something to you different from my son who's a trumpet player.
More than likely. It's probably even spelt differently.
Yeah, that could be. let's talk about the number of investigations that you've been doing, particularly with respect to Ornge. You mentioned that you noticed an increase. You sensed that there was an increase in the number of investigations in 2007. Is
Correct.
that correct? What happened in 2007, do you think, that prompted that increase? Did you have a sense of the why?
It was triggered again by most of those complaints, and I'm only going on memory, would have been coming in from either one of the land dispatch systems or the municipal ambulance services themselves, who were finding issues with the delivery of air ambulance service that wasn't what they were used to. And we did get some from sending facilities. So were these
jurisdictional disputes or disputes about when it should be land and when it should be air, or
well, again,
what was the nature? Because when I think of complaints, I tend to think of patient complaints, or I tend to think in terms of medical complaints, but I think what you're describing is process or service delivery complaints. Is
well,
that
sometimes
fair?
also the decisions that were being made by either the Ornge Communications Center or Ornge paramedics. One of the things that we found as an example, there is legislation that speaks to when to contact air ambulance. And there's the field trauma triage guidelines, which permit the direct delivery of a patient from an on-scene, bypass any local hospitals, go directly to a trauma center. And there seemed to have been some disconnect between what the land paramedics believed they were seeing as far as a trauma. Ornge would arrive on scene and go, nope, they don't meet the criteria, we're not taking them. And so they would turn to us and say, okay, we need someone to come in and investigate. Were my land paramedics wrong, or are they wrong?
So you were almost becoming the referee in a change in protocol.
Not just the referee, but also is everyone following the rules? And I can't remember the specific case. I know the land service was not very happy with us because they made the complaint. We found that it was the land service that had made the errors, not the air service. But as I tell them, if you're going to make a complaint, we look at the entire call. We just don't look at, you're blaming Ornge for something, we're only going to look at Ornge? No. We have to look at everybody's involvement.
Which is why the file is so big in some
Correct.
cases, because you're looking at potentially the hospital, or two hospitals as the case may be, the land ambulance, maybe even two land ambulance plus Ornge.
Well, there could be a giant cast of characters involved. You know, if a multi-patient incident, we could have 2 or 3 ambulance services, land services, 2 of our dispatch centers, plus Ornge. It's a lot of people involved. And then we also interview bystanders. So firefighters were on scene, police were on scene, independent witnesses. Some investigations could take a very long time.
So these investigations really become quite huge. Did you notice a change in either the nature of the complaints or the number of complaints as Ornge started to create these private entities? Is that something that you would have detected at your end? Or
No.
So it was really more the transition from the old ministry lead service to the Ornge lead service, rather than the transition from the simple nonprofit to the complicated. That wasn't so much what prompted it. It was the original transfer from ministry to Ornge that sort of created the volume fluctuation.
It's an interesting question. Certainly, whether or not these private companies and the energies that were being put into them took their focus away from their business of running an ambulance service, I can't say. It certainly wasn't something that I sat there and went, well, this Ornge peel must have something to do with why we're getting more complaints.
Because most of these companies I'd never heard of until they started coming out in the media, because it didn't impact us.
Well, and you're the same as most people. We just saw the Ornge helicopter flying by. We didn't see all those background companies with all the peculiar labels.
Correct.
I think you also made reference to there being a high volume of complaints now. Is that correct?
Yes.
Like in the last 6 months. The complaints that you've received in the last 6 months, you're reflecting when you received the complaint. When's the actual incident dates on those complaints?
Well, there's two reasons we have more investigations at the moment. Again, the Auditor General pointed out in his report, I think it was 11 or 20 severe adverse events. I can't remember the number.
20. We had 20, and we just mentioned that they'd been reported to the Board of Directors of Ornge, but we felt that they hadn't been reported to the Ministry, and we
Correct.
felt there was some in there that should have been reported to the
Absolutely. So that triggered my going to Ornge and saying, okay, what are these 20 severe adverse events that we'd never heard about? And they sent me a pile of stuff that was way more than 20. And so we had to review each and every one of these. And out of that, there were 3, and they're from 2009, that I've opened investigation files on. I haven't assigned anyone to them yet because they're old. We did the same task for 2010, 2011. I said, okay, seeing as how we didn't know about them in that time period, and again, one of my staff went through, I think they sent me 21 or 22. One of my staff went through all of them. 10 of those would warrant opening an investigation. So some of these are older matters, and I'm having to be judicious in triaging our investigations now. Anyone that is come in from a patient complaint, one of them I think is going back to 2010. Obviously, we giving that priority to investigate. If it comes in from a hospital, that gets priority to investigate. But they're not all 2012 issues. I can't say for 100% sure right now how many are 2012 issues, but out of the 60 some odd that we've opened this year, maybe half.
Because 60 is a very high number. That's
very
way higher than any number that I've ever seen for
Very
the
high.
annual complaint load. But it's a lot of that, then you're saying, is really Ornge knew about the complaint but hadn't forwarded it.
In some cases, but in other cases, it's people that are coming forward now because they do realize.
Is this also that when there's media around how to complain, that people then go, oh, I should complain? So
It could be what's driving it.
Some of the just media familiarity with the story will
And that's
increase
occurred
complaint?
for a couple of the sending facilities that have contacted, going, yes, we did have an issue, and oh my gosh, you people do investigate these things. It's not like we're widely known outside the EMS circles, but that has been prompting people to contact the ministry.
And you have 3 minutes left?
So you've got then a very large number of cases right now. You've got our request. So I'm guessing that your staff is very stretched right now.
Incredibly.
And we've got...
And it's also holiday season, and I'm loath to tell them, no, you can't have your vacation because you well deserve it. I mean, December and January was very stressful because we only had 5 of us. And I now have 2 more investigators that have been added, but they're in training. Although they come from the EMS system, you still have to learn to be an investigator. So they're assigned to work with one of the other investigators as their mentor.
So it will take a while for them to seize
Get
it.
up to
Just
speed.
before we finish, I wanted to ask one question. There's been some, because you have referenced that you turn materials over to the coroner's office, and the coroner recently made a statement a few weeks ago, the coroner stated that in the cases that had been turned over to him, that he had concluded there was no evidence that air ambulance issues materially affected the outcome of the case. And Mr. Cleese had been quite critical of the coroner. I think in the House he said he was being political. Do you find that the coroner's office is at all political in their evaluation of cases?
I've never known them to be. I've worked very closely with the chief coroner, the two deputies, regional coroners. I've never found them to be politically motivated.
Thank you very much. Thank you for, we're pleased that you felt compelled to come and see us this afternoon.
You're
Thank
welcome.
You.
And thank you very much for coming before the committee this afternoon. And the committee is adjourned until July 18th at 9 a.m.